Catering vehicles are on their way. Catering vehicles are on their way.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, sorry about that. I realised as soon as I pressed go live on the stream, I realised I actually sorted my breakfast out. So, hence I was just throwing that down. My God. So, yeah, here we are in Fuerteventura. So, Liana, Brian, Mark, Ginger, Dark, Peter, how you doing? Yeah, it gives challenges, but straightforward flights. Yeah, good morning, everybody. It wasn't that straightforward yesterday, was it? It's a bit more, quite a little bit more thought. I was actually going to do like an Austrian flight stuff, or maybe I'll do where is it? Vienna, down here, down to Fuerteventura, because Fuerteventura is always quite good fun. And you're going to reload the sim brief, I don't know. But the flight time was about 5 hours or something, all over, and it's like, well, it's a bit. I'm starting a bit too late to really do that. So yeah, I thought maybe I need to find something just a little bit shorter, so I thought maybe go and Fuerteventura to somewhere else. Good, that's loaded. Excellent. So this isn't too bad. This is about a 3-hour, 45-minute flight, I think, something along those lines. It's a very quick look at the flight plan. I've had a very, very quick look at it, but it's not too bad. First power cut of the day. Oh no, it's not good. Not good, Willie. It's not quite so windy down here, down in the UK. So, Old Thomas Cook, it's old school, sadly doesn't exist anymore, but yeah, there we go, Fuerteventura, Bristol, pretty straightforward. The aircraft's not quite the same as yesterday, got a bit more space in it, So yeah, probably a 75.5 ton takeoff weight. It might even be more than that. I'm not too sure the weights of Thomas Cook. Never really got a chance to have a look. But there's no problems. Passenger loads not too bad. Maybe sort of 140 odd passengers, 130, 140 passengers. Bit of an underload. Pretty straightforward routes. 342. There we go. That'd be perfect for us. So if we can get away before schedule of 11 Zulus, we can get away a bit early. That's good. 11.7's plug fuel, about 5.3 tons of extra fuel we can get in. That's landing weight limited. So it may take a little bit, it's a little bit bumpy just to top a climb. So maybe if we're just a little bit lower, so sort of, I don't know, extra 100 there for a lower flight level, maybe a little bit just for the APUs on the ground. And of course it is maybe a little bit windy back in Bristol. So at the minute it's got fog, so we're foggy in Bristol, which is a pretty sort of, that's pretty normal for this sort of time of year in Bristol. Becoming in the morning 200 metres fog, so we're going to be there obviously a lot later than 9, as 9's already gone. To 10 o'clock 250, gusting 25, rain and drizzle, so maybe not the nicest day. 3,000 metres, mist and overcast. There's only a prop for 30, we sort of kind of disregard that really. And then becoming 290 at 12. So actually, you know, from about midday, it shouldn't be too bad at all, but then gusty later on as well. So who knows, it could be gusty, it could be pretty calm, it may even be foggy. That's a nice shear rate, is Sunit. Yes, it is, yeah. So maybe a little bit lumpy. Similar conditions in Manchester. Obviously Manchester's obviously one of Thomas Cook's base, or was. So that's sort of commercial one, we'd go up there if we need to divert, but similar conditions really. So Gatwick of course is another base, not too bad actually there. So I think Gatwick might have a bit less fuel from a fuel planning perspective. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, so Gatwick's actually less, that's 300, so we got Gatwick up the sleeve already. East Midlands is the only one which we'd probably need a bit of extra fuel for. So we know if we've got Manchester fuel, we've easily got Gatwick up the sleeve as well. So no real reasons to take that much extra fuel really on the grand scheme of things. Contingency, there we go, an extra 10 minutes, 400, pretty normal. I might just take another 400 just for the extra go around in Bristol. Pretty straightforward place, not particularly busy. So I think another 500 should easily cover that. So by the time we get there, we'll have an extra 20 minutes with contingency, plus the little bit extra we take for the weather. So I think rounding up, what's that? 500. That's 12.1 plus a bit for the APU. Let's say 12.2. That's 12.2 should be fine for fuel. That should be easily covering us. So let's just
refueling truck is on its way.
Request that.
Please don't load aircraft until boarding requested.
Request the boarding as well. So we'll crack on with that. The Sigmet, so yeah, what was the shear rate? 10.7. Yeah, it's not particularly nice, is it? In terms of the Sigmet, we can see this. Where are we? Sigmet. So yeah, there we go. A big sort of large band of tiny little bit of a jet stream, sort of going the opposite way. Obviously.
Want a board crew?
Nope. Obviously a bit of a sort of anti-cyclonic sort of high pressure system here. Bit of a jet stream, then obviously jet stream going the other way, sort of normal. So yeah, quite rare to see a jet stream going east to west in the northern hemisphere. But yeah, a little bit of turbulence just sort of associated with that. So maybe a little bit bumpy until we get to the south coast of Portugal. Strong winds here in the northeast. Yeah, well, people were saying that yesterday in Keflavik, and it wasn't actually too bad. So yeah, so there we go. Let's go 12.2. Let's just write that down, just so I've got it. Get this up and running.
Fuel truck is in position.
No idea if it actually.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do.
Mass and balance. 141. There we go. About 3 tons of 3 tons of bags. 12.7. Sorry, 12.7, 12.2, 12.1, 12.2. 12.1 we said. Did we say 12.1? 12.2. 12.2 we do. If in doubt, round up. Yeah, passengers have started coming up.
Good morning. Thank you.
Come on, fuel up. I don't know why this isn't really giving any information. thought it would have done, but maybe not.
Hello.
Hey JD, how you doing? These passengers are really coming. I might have to. I increased the volume of passengers, I think, boarding.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
In the GSX settings from, because I looked at it the other day. I just tested something in Luton, I think it was, just to sort of see the volume of passengers, whatever it was, and they were coming off so slowly, and I was like, oh my god, we'd be all day bloody passengers coming off the bus. So I thought I needs to increase a little bit. So I increased it a little bit, but I think maybe I've over increased it a bit too much. So yeah, maybe I need to just sort of calm that down. You know, 50 passengers in about 2 minutes is probably a little bit excessive. So yeah, GSX might load the aircraft pretty quick, but I think in the EFB it won't quite be that fast. Right, what's the flight number? I keep forgetting. Put this on live chat as well. I keep missing it. It's a 9320. I think we are. Where's the top page? 9320. Yeah, no idea what call sign this is. It's just something I made up. Cost index of 18. That will do. Again, no idea what the cost index is for Thomas Cook. They're all aligned. Yeah, good. Request that.
I'm right next to her. Thank you.
Done. Job awards is 37760. Ground temps I'll get in a minute. Cruise 36. That's. Is it odd or evens? I can never remember. There's me charts. 36 is. God, I've got to charge me work iPad. 36 sounds like it might be the wrong flight level. It just could be wrong. No, it is evens. Yeah, it is evens. Fine. Good. Always double check. So yeah, 3.6, probably 3.6. It should be able to do that. Should be far off it. And minus 49. It's not particularly gold. Yeah, we'll get that in a second. Departure is going to be, I think it's 01. We'll have to actually look at the weather. Might actually be a good idea. So what do we got weather-wise? So 050 at 12, it's a pretty calm morning down in Fuerteventura. 18 degrees, 1022. So good, that's fine. 1022 was already set because it's obviously some turnaround state, so the aircraft would have come down there this morning. Flight control side stick faults. God, that's funny if we're talking about this yesterday. It's the first time I've actually seen that. Okay, I'll just clear that. I'll have a look at that in a second because I've never actually had this before. And obviously, side stick fault, you wouldn't go with that. Oh, it's gone. There we go. Yeah, you get a side stick fault on the real aircraft. I'm not going anywhere. That's it, engineer. Thank you very much. You can come over and sort this problem out. I'm not taking this aircraft in the air if it's buggered. And a side stick fault is a pretty good buggery problem. Right, it's the Vasto 9 Quebec. Vasto 9 Quebec. No idea what the stop attitude is. Arrival into Bristol, probably 27, is it? Yeah, right, that's 27. What we got? A Dawdy 1 Bravo, which is sort of more radar factors, to be fair. Right, that's in distance, is about 1542 off the flight plan, 1533, that's fine. Radnav's come back to that in a second. Well, we've got two options. We've got either. We've got Arrecife up the road as well. We've got Fuerteventura. We've got performance. I'll come back to that in a second. Let's get zero fuel weights 57.7 /30. Let's get the load sheets. The alternate to Manchester is about 1.6. That's worst case. We know obviously Gatwick's down the road, which is a bit better. So flight planning, sorry, fuel planning. We want about 11.7 flight plan stuff. Hey Mark, hi Alan.
How are you? I'm doing good.
Hello.
Was it you pondering refueling while boarding the other day? Had a look. Seems it's frowned upon. No, Liana. It's. I mean, I was. Yeah, I think I did mention it. 12.1. There we go. 12.2. I think is what we said. We're going to take. A lot of places. A lot of places. Certainly in the UK. you are allowed to refuel with passengers on board. Some places you can't. You know, there are some. What's the word? There are some exceptions. There just are some places which you can't do it. They don't allow it. And I'm trying to think of those places off the top of my head, and I can't actually remember. I can't think of what they are. But yeah, there are some places which don't allow you to do it at all. But a lot of places they do allow it, and some places they have to do it, or you can do it as long as you've got like a fire truck sort of in attendance, basically. So it is actually pretty common, and I think there was something that I did something the other day with GSX. It wouldn't allow me to board. Oh, it was on the fly-by-wire. It didn't allow me to board the fly-by-wire aircraft. And I went back. I did something off there. I went into Lucent or something, and I tried to play at it again, just trying to force the boarding with the fueling the second time, because of course the fly-by-wire now has the integration with the EFB with GSX, and it did seem to work a lot better. It did seem to be a lot more behaved the second time I did it. So yeah. It's just a little bit funny, but anyway, it's done. Right, let's get some charts up. Charts could be a very good idea. Have a graph. Charts. Good. You alright, buddy? My dog's just sitting on the bed behind me. Been a very good boy, hadn't I? Very good WA LKs this morning. I've got a few phone calls to make this afternoon, so once we get the cruise up, I'll do that. But sim brief. There we go, that one there. So what's Sevasto 9 Quebec? Initial climb clearance is flight level 120. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I've drunk me coffee too quickly. And I will need as well. I need my emergency procedures. I've got no idea what they are out of here. Where are we? Fuerteventura. Is that under Spain? I can't remember. Was it Canaries? What have I done it as? I've probably done it under Spain, I'd imagine. Yeah, I have done it under Spain. Fuerteventura, there we go. Right, non-standard officer 101, so at the FTV format, so it's right into tender. Okay, we'll put that in a second. That's fine. Thanks for the info on the side stick fault the other day. Nice flight. No worries, Richards. What did I say? I can't even remember what I said. Did I help? Good. That's the main thing, isn't it? I helped. Fantastic. Right, let's get some charts up as well. So yeah, I think the aircraft's all loaded, isn't it? So a slight discrepancy between the speed of loading in GSX and the speed of loading in the EFB. But I did change it. Right. So takeoff distance, we've got a massive display threshold here, but this is all included in the takeoff distance. So landing wise, we've only got a certain amount of distance to land. We've got a load of distance here to take off, so it should be about 3,406 metres. I don't think there's any intersections. It sort of says no entry anyway, so yeah, it's going to be Echo 9, Echo 10, but it's going to be full length. So that's that. Vasto 9 Quebec, there you are, that's the one. Good, that's done. An arrival. Back in, not that, an approach. So ILS Zulu, does have tender on it? Possibly will do. There we go, so yeah. Perfect, nice little procedure there. If we do Mr. Engine out stuff, up to tender, we go there and come back in on 01, so that's all good. So that's all ready, so what haven't I done? That's done. Let's do the secondary. So, engine go bang. And that is... we say FTV, don't we? FTV. I assume it's on the airfield. Probably is. It is, yes, on the airfield. That's perfect. FTV. 010 degrees, and at 4 miles this. So where are we? Yeah, 4 miles. FTV right to tender. Store you. Back in. Engine go bang. Tender. And half an hour until schedule, that's fine. GCFV. RS 01 via tender should be there. There we go. So that's the emergencies. We can put the holding tender as well, and that is left-hand turns 247. That's that done. That's that. Get performance in. QNH, what do we say? 1022. 18 degrees. Nice and warm. Lovely down here. Much better than what bloody Keflavik it was yesterday. 050 12. Minimums. What do we have for the minimums for the ILS? Phone keeps going off. There's nobody important apart from Mrs. It's not really that important. There's my ILS. There it is. Oh, come back. Go back. Come back. 292. Good, you're done, you're done, you're done. Just need the load sheets. Hopefully you should be... Oh god, nearly spilled the coffee. That would have been bad news. Accu. What am I looking at? Weather. Island. Received. Load sheet, thank you very much. Right, so 57.70 fuel weight. That's what we expect. Zoom in a bit. So takeoff fuel's going to be a little bit higher than that because obviously we loaded a little bit more. Zero fuel weights, there we go, is 31.7. So 69.7 is takeoff weights, ish. What's the trim going to be? 28. It's going to be 28.5 probably for the trim. Be more or less something like that. Good. Accept it. Good, done. Performance. Right, how we doing? Still a little bit of fuel to come on. I think we got the maintenance company cutting all the grass today. Making a bloody racket. Right, so let's have a quick look at the performance. Might as well get ahead of the game while we can. So 01, it is dry, most definitely dry. Optimum config, no Toga, no anti-ice, packs can go off. It's at 69.7. 28.5 be it the trim, more or less. Sync the weather, there we go, done. And I think it's just full length. So 3.5, okay, is that what the chart said? I don't think it was it? Am I imagining things? Is there... Okay, so I've got distance on the charts of 3,406 metres. And where's my takeoff data? Why is there a discrepancy? Oh, it's the last... No, that's the last 1,000 metres, that's going the other way. Interesting. So 01 takeoff distances as per the chart, which is, what did I say? 3,406. Right. Okay, so we got a discrepancy here. The Tora is 3,535 metres. I'm not too sure where Fenix have got that data from, because the actual takeoff data, or takeoff distance we have at Fuerteventura is 3,406. So what's that? Another 129 metres less. Now, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't make a huge amount of difference, but there is a discrepancy. I'd like to know where they get this data from and if it is easy to change. You know, that they could do with having us, you know, a little facility where you can enter your own takeoff distance and amend it as necessary, or at least update the bloody data. So it's going to be quite high flex, probably 68 degrees, I'd imagine, 62. There we go. So what I'm going to do, just to account for this slight reduction in takeoff distance that I have, I might keep the speeds the same, 156, 156, 156. I'm just going to take a couple of degrees off the flex, just to give me a little bit more poke from the engines. So 56 twice 58, 156, 156, 158. I could potentially take a knot off. Now let's take a knot off. There we go, 155. Let's take a knot off V1 just to bloody make sure. It's all academic. This is bloody, you know, it's all rather superfluous in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, I'm just going to put 60 in. What have we got for thrust accelerations? 1024. Yeah, that's I guess a little bit less than that. 1024. 13 feet makes cockle difference, but there we go. Done. So that is done. In terms of brief, there's not really too much to say for brief. The weather's absolutely glorious down here. It's almost a shame to go back to the UK, isn't it? Really, it's nice. Let's just stay down here for a week. Very, very nice. Nice Canaries weather. Perfect. So yeah, weather's good, aircraft is good, weather radar doesn't work, probably won't need that. NOTAMs, there isn't really any NOTAMs I haven't shown you, but there isn't too much. Let's have a quick butchers. So Fuerteventura, a restriction over the VOR, but that's fine, not too worried about that. Unmanned aircraft. Somebody flying their model aircraft by the looks of it. Bristol. The aerodrome's closed in the night, it's not going to affect us. We birds around. Manchester's not too bad. Cranes. Something else, bit of work in progress, usual sort of thing. Birmingham. Where's Gatwick? I just gone past Gatwick. That is Gatwick, yes. A couple of work in progress, a couple of taxiways closed in Gatwick, so that's all fine. Threats, not too much to worry about. What have we got? High terrain, 4,000, all off to the west, so high stuff that way. Our direction's sort of going that way, so we should like nice and see. We're VMC anyway, so we can visually manoeuvre from the ground, which is always a good thing to do. So no real major threats. The stop altitude is a flight level on the departure. It's flight level 120, but we'll be cleaned up and getting away on the standard QNH, standard altimeter setting. Well in the climb. Straight over the top of Arrecife as well. So if we did get a failure, if we got a failure sort of somewhere around here but not on takeoff, we might just decide to go, I'll tell you what, we'll just do straight into Arrecife really, rather than turning around going the way back, especially if there's a fire. Yeah, if there's a fire, just go bang straight into Arrecife and you're done. In terms of the weights though, we probably are above max landing weight, I'd imagine. 66 tons, yeah, 66 tons. Excuse me, so 69, so yeah, we're going to be landing above max landing weight. Can you take off before you reach the runway today? Possibly, Gav, yeah, if I went Toga flat 3. Well, it's Tuesday, isn't it? Toga Tuesdays! Yes, Toga Tuesdays, should we go Toga? Let's do that. Where am I? I've completely lost my train of thought. Where's Arrecife? What's Arrecife? GCRR, isn't it? Arrecife. Go on. 03. Apply the weather. It's probably that, yes. We're going to be about 60. Let's go 68.5. Probably would have burned that off by then. Medium water brake, full reverse, flat fall. So yeah, even overweight landing, we could sort of get straight back into Arrecife if we needed to, and that's got less landing distance than Fuerteventura, I think. I will double check it, but yeah, I'm fairly sure we could get in. Yeah, so Arrecife, it was very similar actually, very, very similar landing distance. Toga Tuesday and V1. Should we give it a go? Should we go bollocks? It's Toga Tuesday, isn't it? Right. Yes. I'll keep flat 1 because flat 1 might actually help. So what have we got for speeds? 29, 46, 46. I'm going to go 128 just because that's... oh, actually, no, it's fine. It's 2. 129, 146. 146. Did I read that right? I did read that right. Yep, Toga. Yeah, Toga Tuesdays. Let's go for it. Excellent. Good idea. I have a bloody meeting. No worries, Ginger. It's always recorded, isn't it? It'll be on the stream later. Right, fuel we've got on. That's done. You can go on. You can come off. No external power on the APU. That's fine. That's done. That's done. Just double check the Q. Still got the engine oil. Fuel we've got, and it's balanced. Hydraulics are probably still there and intact. Good. Got the oxygen as well. What was I about to do? Check that. Have we loading people? Yeah, done. Still got another, what's that, 12 people or so to get on. That's not bad. few more bags to come on as well, but then we're pretty much ready to go, so yeah, we'll push a little bit early if we can. Taxi out of here, we'll do 2-engine taxi, won't take too long to start them. And it's going to be pretty straightforward. We are... I could do a stand chart, can't really. Ground charts. Line stands. That one. There we go. So, yeah, in terms of pushing, we are stand 19, we're up here, so push face south Alpha, and then probably Alpha, maybe Lima 4, Alpha 4, Tango 6, yes, I think we will. So it'll be Alpha, Lima 4, Tango 6, then all the way down, and we just take Echo 9, Echo 10, doesn't matter, the takeoff distance is more or less the same either end, or either part, every bit. Alright, let's do my checklist before my... are we there yet? Almost. I need to charge my work iPad. I need some data as well. Actually need a new work iPad as well. Right, cockpit preparation, aircraft acceptance is good for accepted fuel quantity. We have just under 12.2 and it's balanced. Seatbelts are on. ADRS is 3 in nav. And the BRF we have QNH 1022. Yeah, looks good. So yeah, the cockpit preparation check is complete. So I could use my other iPad and use the checklist on that. Right, let's get trying to tidy up. Reply to the missus before she irritates me. Keeps her quiet for another hour. Was that the jetty coming off? It was. Have we finished boarding? We must have finished boarding. Boarding's complete. There we go, 141, 141. Right, so let's see if we can get rid of jocks. Leave them open because they're obviously still loading the bags. Don't think there's anybody in there. Certainly nobody on VATs in controllers. With any luck, I'm not down as a British Airways today, like I was yesterday. One thing about the summer flights that really annoys me is about passengers who act like they've never seen an airplane before. It takes forever. Yeah. You've obviously noticed things that I haven't really. I'll be surprised if pretty much every flight is at least someone who's not ever flown. Yeah, I never see this, you know, obviously that happens behind the door for me, so it's, yeah, it certainly doesn't affect me at all. Now it's the Fenix, it's the default Fenix cabin. I think we can go. Ooh, let's go this one. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we can see him boarding as well, loading the bags. Normally 320s, you sort of generally load all the baggage at the front because you don't really want it loaded at the back. Because obviously the aircraft's a little bit tail heavy naturally, so yeah, not a lot of bags get thrown in the back usually. But there we go. Seems like they're sorting it out. You can tell he's paid by the hour, yeah. Yeah, oh, 67, I was still not even done yet on the boarding. They're loading the bags. Oh, somebody else is joining us, hello. You want to see the toilets? Please don't. Yeah, it's a lot cleaner than what they are in real life. That's all I'm going to say. Right, are these the last few bags? I feel like my screens are really dim. It's just the sun. Right, let's get you set up. 121 at 5. 228. That's done. That's done. Good. Right, I think that's everything good. So it's done. So, that's what I probably wanted to do. What was it? FTV. FTV. There we go. So we got the FTV. That's sort of going to be identified in minutes. That's a 4 miles right-hand turn off to Tender. And Tender is about 90 degrees off the left, off to the right-hand side, I think. All is complete, perfect. Yeah, so 4 miles right turn, Tender, go there, and that's what we do. So standard company Airbus emergencies, but non-standard. Engine out procedure, 4 miles over there, hold there, back in, or alternatively we can go up to Arrecife. I do want the Arrecife scenery. I think there is Arrecife scenery somewhere, which does look very, very nice. So I might get that next month, because I do like Arrecife. It's good fun. Yeah, nice, Willie. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about our toilets. It's to be fair, I mean, most of the time they're okay, but you know, put it this way: when you're doing long flights, you need to get into a morning routine. That's all I'm going to say. You know me. My dog's actually laying on the bed for once. He's usually downstairs being on so. Right, so what am I waiting for? Load sheet. There we go. There's a load sheet. Brilliant. We can go. So is it going to be different to what it was yesterday? So, yeah, sort of threw me the curveball yesterday where the zero fuel weight suddenly increased by about 700 kilograms, which put me over the max takeoff weight on push. I just done it again. Done it again, look. 58.4. Where's this fucking zero fuel weights coming from? God damn it. It's just as well it's not as restrictive. I don't know. I don't know, is it my... I don't know why this is doing this. I don't know. It's almost like it's including the extra fuel I've loaded in the zero fuel weight, which would make no sense at all. Because it's a zero fuel weight, it's a weight with no bloody fuel. Oh, God. Okay, well, I'll redo it. So 30.8. Odds. Very, very odd. So takeoff weight now is 70.4. Yeah, that's it, he's buggered off. Trim is 27.9, so about 20%. Let's redo these figures then. It's going to be Togo anyway, so it's not going to matter too much, but... yeah, I don't know why it keeps doing this, giving me extra weight. Right, that Togo, I'm going to force that. Going to be, what we go, 70.4. That's going to be 27.9. Sync that, make sure that's not updated. No. So, what's the speeds now? About 128 still. 126. 26.46. So, 126. 146, 146. Flaps one still take it. There, done. Is this one of your modified... Oh, it was Gav, but I have... Let me just find it. I've amended the zero fuel weight of this aircraft. Yeah, right, there you go. I've amended the zero fuel weight to 44,029 kilograms, which is what the zero fuel weight will show on the FB. So if you've got no passengers, you know, if I unloaded all of this, it would give you a zero fuel weight of 44.02. So I've amended the zero fuel weight in SimBrief to be exactly the same as the zero fuel weight with nothing on it on the FB. So I'm not quite sure. So it could be the culprit. It's paper it's technically now for different aircraft. Yeah. So no, I won't do it because it would. So I suppose I could do it, but. Just be a pain. But no, my zero fuel weight is identical to what this is when you've got nothing on the aircraft, no passengers, no bags, no fuel, etc. So the profile, the zero fuel weight, which is I think the important bit for the paperwork, is the same. My max zero fuel weight, my max takeoff weight, max, that sort of paperwork exercise, just to give me sort of max limits. I'm wondering, because I've increased, what I have done is I've increased the passenger weights in SimBrief. I'm wondering if this is maybe using different passenger weights somehow. Maybe if I put my passenger weights back to about 80 kilograms, I've put them up to about 84 because I just thought this gives slightly better payload figures. Maybe if I reduce that, maybe it'll start giving me slightly more accurate values, but I don't know. I've got to sort of maybe play with it. Or somebody was there, somebody's gone. Taxi. No. I'm on my own. I'm on my Todd. Right, let's get ready to go. We have 7 minutes. That's perfect. Prepare the aircraft. Push back. Nope. Oh god, I got fucking cables getting over everywhere. Done. Right, who am I? Thomas Cook. It was Kestrel, isn't it? I suppose, technically.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Oh, she sounds proper Spanish, doesn't she? Hola. Oh, that's it. Passenger weight in the Phoenix. Yeah, I did think that's... So it must be... Do you know what those passenger weights are, Gav? Because I did look for it. I was trying to find in the FB options or somewhere, or even in the FMGC. I was trying to look to see
Departure checks completed.
what those weights were. Alright, anyway, let's go. Fuerteventura traffic, Kestrel's... who am I? 9230. 9320 is pushing back from stands, 19 facing south. I'll actually write that fucking call sign out. So
Locking gear.
20. So beacon's on. That's all done. That's done. That's all off. Yeah, I did think maybe that's it. Maybe it was that passenger weight. I need to change it back to what it was because it was a bit more consistent. Let's put it back at 80 or something. So nose tail, right, good. So before starts parking brake is set, takeoff data is confirmed, windows are closed, EFBs, speedies, they're on, who cares. Doors are closed and armed, and the beacon is on. Brakes released.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at wing.
Morning, Manic Miner, how you doing? Alright, start the engines. HMS activity starts. Thomas Cook again, so I assume we just start 2. I don't know, it doesn't matter. Start both anyway. Okay, 2 started, starting 1.
Please set parking brakes.
Yeah, it's parking brake is
Waiting your confirmation for
set.
a good engine start.
So then we just taxi down here, go left. So we could go one of these intersections, anyone really. Could always turn left there if we really needed to. Good, that looks started. You can go.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start.
That goes
You
back
can
to normal.
disconnect.
I certainly don't need the anti-ice. That's fine. That's off. That's off. That's off. Spoilers, rudder trim, flaps, and trim was about 28%, more or less. That was about there anyway. That's done. Status, probably nothing on the status. Nope. Good.
Unlocking gear. Tow track disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Right, where's she gone? Be nice if they had sort of articulation on the tow bar, because it's just very, you know, obviously there's a pivot there, which, so I know that's probably quite complex modelling to do that, but it would be quite nice if they could manage it. Again, it'd be sort of the nitpicking of GSX here, really. Right, thank you very much, señorita. Adios, hasta luego. Oi. Go on. God, they're so slow. Passenger weight 80 for the default. Okay, Chisley on it. Yeah, I need to. I do need to change that, then I think. That's fine. That's, you know. To be fair, that's pretty consistent with what a normal passenger or LMC, like an LMC passenger, is 84 kilos. So males are, I think males are 93, women are 75, are they? Children are 35. I can't remember what it is. Anyway, after starts, anti-ice is off. Ecam status is checked. Pitch trim is about 28% set. Rudder trim is neutral. After start check's complete. I've really got to charge my iPad before it runs out of battery. I don't think I've got my other iPad is. Otherwise, I'm just going to be guessing what the checklist is. Right, let's go. Fuerteventura traffic. Kestrel 9320 is taxiing to runway 19 via Alpha. Alpha 3, Lima 4, and then Tango. Not that anybody cares, because nobody's here. So, right is clear, and the left is clear. Go on, girl. Let's get going. Parking brakes, parking brake. Brakes work even. Brakes are checked. Right, flight controls. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Full left rudder. Full right rudder. Neutral. That's done. That's on. That's on, that doesn't need to go on, that's done, and all that's done. Good, quick bed turn performance, we got full length figures, toga as well, because it's Tuesday of course, so Tuesdays do mean togas. Engine out to departure is non-standard, it's 4 miles from the FTV, it's a right hand turn over to Tender, which is conveniently over there, which is over the sea, so nothing to hit over there. Departure, we have the Vastu 3 Quebec in the box, and we're stopping. It's a flight level 120 and 12,000 is blue. I thought you were on 01. Damn, no thresholds. Yeah, no, there is. Yeah. There's there's a massive displaced threshold gap on this one, so which you can see. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to get, you know, see, there's like 1,000 meters here. I don't think I'm going to get airborne before the threshold, but we give it a bloody good try. So turn left here. I want to go down there. There's nothing down there. So we'll clear this side. I swear this ship is going to crash into the coast at some point. It seems to be getting closer and closer. Might be quite interesting to look at that after we take off. Right, clear on the right. I didn't start this, did I, Belland? I'm sure we've had 3 minutes. Left is clear, right is clear. You can see there's a bit of a significant slope as well on this. Don't know what the brief says, I can't remember, but yeah, there is quite a significant slope going up onto 01, which, you know, almost kind of appreciate. Right, taxi checks. Where are they? So flight controls checked. Collapses in config. 1. And FMAs. Liner blue 152. Red unprotected wind shear is on. Eco memos, take off no blues, and EFBs are stowed and disconnected. And you can just be turned off. Did I say I might have said it, possibly. You know what I'm like, Gav, I'm always talking a load of crap, so there's a very, very good chance that I was talking complete bollocks. But there's no one here, so I don't think really anybody cares. Right, I don't think there's anybody back, so let's get everything on. Done, just the backs to come. Sort of looks like it's consistent coming from that sort of northeasterly. So no entry here, so it's not a left here. Fuerteventura traffic. Kestrel 9320 is lining up runway 01 for the Fast 03 Quebec departure. So a bit confusing there, there's another no entry, so we won't be using that one. So yeah, very easy to sort of go down the wrong place here. Right, the approach is clear. Packs off. And the lineup checklist. Cabin is secure for takeoff. Takeoff runways, runway 01, full length. Takeoff clearance is confirmed. TCAS is TAR8, packs 1 and 2 are off. Perfect. Yeah, got the 3 minutes as well. Perfect. Good. I think it's unlikely we're going to get airborne before that threshold, but we should definitely be 100 knots. Right, let's give it a go. Let's take off. Yeah, you're learning, Gav. You're definitely learning. Right, Mantoga SOS. Nav. Thrust is set. rotates. Bars decline, gear up. Maybe one. Let's climb. Let's climb, climb. Not sure, he's obviously just stopped, he just caused a bit of wake. I suppose, you know, boats do that, and they just sort of sit there and they just sort of float about in the harbour somewhere. Right, let's throw our speed. Let's go flap 0, speed check flaps 0. Give a pack on before I forget. More busy looking out the window than actually flying the plane. Right, let's keep on going up. It's now ATC 3.6 we said. Let's go 3.4 just initially. So open climb, set standard. Standard is cross jets, flight level 340 blue. And what can we do? 3.4 optimum. Might be able to squeeze it to 3.6 potentially. Looks like he spilled his load. Yeah. Did he get excited? So there we go, Arrecife just off the nose as well, so if anything goes bang here, we might just sort of go straight on into Arrecife. Very desolate places, these islands. You know, certainly not a lot there. Quite interesting. I've been on holiday in Fuerteventura. It's quite nice. There's a safari park type thing. There's a massive zoo on the south of the island, which is great fun. You get to feel like giraffes, and elephants, and all sorts. It's really good. It's good fun with the kids. So yeah, quite a good place to go to. Arrecife, been there a couple of times on holiday. It's a bit boring, really. As Costa Blanca's not too bad. Nice restaurants, but really good for cycling if you like the cycling. Probably good for that. But yeah, wrong colour. Was it Tenerife? There's a lot more to do in Tenerife generally. Oh, I've done that way. Right, so that's done, that's up, that's over. I don't really need the lights anymore. A little bit lumpy for the crew. I'm sure they can handle it. I think. Go on. I'll leave it for a second. Right, we'll bubble the yard stuff. Go. Oh, come on. Bloody zoom. That's not standard. So there's Arrecife right in front of us. So yeah, there is some pretty good scenery for Arrecife, and the reason I say it's good, and I quite like it, is because Arrecife, we'll have a look at it when we go over the top, they've put a tiny inset threshold to 0.3, and the first time I went there, when they'd redone the markings, they put inset threshold. Because the inset threshold now exists, it's reduced the landing distance. Because it's reduced the landing distance, you don't need as many touchdown zone markers. Will max recommended cruise in the max to increase? You can't really do that. You don't want to be going to recommended max mark. That's bad juju. Stay away from that, because that is where effectively VMO and VLS almost coalesce and join together, which is a coffin corner. So you've got literally no margin between your overspeed and your your lowest selectable speed. You're still quite far away from the stall speed, but you're just not in a very good place. So yeah, don't stay away from this. Don't go near this. You want about 1,000 feet space between the recommended max and your actual cruise altitude. So that's a little bit tight, really. You know, ideally, what we would be doing, let's go 340 initially. 340 is the optimum anyway, so that's, you know, worked out to be the most efficient. But if that said 370, then we could potentially push it to 36 if we went to. Optimum, sorry, Mac cruise. Yeah, the optimum is the optimum flight level, if that makes sense. So, you know, that's sort of predicted to be the least amount of fuel burn at that sort of height. So, you know, that's what we're going to go for. Right, have I released? I don't know if I have done. Yes, because the touchdown. Because the landing distance in Arrecife has been decreased, it's decreased under the threshold that is needed to have like 6 sets of touchdown zone markers. You know, the sort of, you know, the touchdown markers you get. It'd be interesting to see what it looks like going over the top, because it's default scenery. But the new airport and the new scenery that I've seen has corrected this. They've got the inset threshold, so you've only got literally one aim point and one aim point and then one set of touchdown markers after that. Now this is a bit of a gotcha. So of course company SOPs means you have to land within the touchdown zone. You know, if you don't land within the touchdown zone, you've got to go around. So, you know, when you're flying with new guys, you know, people that haven't been here potentially, new cadets, new FOs, you know, generally it's a captain's only departure as well. So generally the captains are going to take off out of Arrecife, and the FOs are generally, you know, predominantly always going to land here. Unless we're using the other runway, in which case, you know, we'll land on 2-1 because it's a captain's only on 2-1. So yeah, you can sort of vaguely see it. So you see there's like extra touchdown markers here. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4 markers, and the aim point, and the aim point here. But they've actually, the new scenery is the inset threshold starts about here now. So the touchdown is a bit further on, but there's only one aim point. There's only one touchdown zone marker after that. So of course it really. It doesn't complicate, it's the wrong word, but it adds an added threat in that you have to land within this touchdown zone marker, and you don't have a lot of space to float past the aim point before you then get outside the touchdown zone markers. So, you know, you really got to sort of get it down on the aim point. You know, when you're a FO, you know, you really want to encourage them just to sort of get it down on that aim point. If they see 3 reds on the PAPI, it's not so bad, but you don't want to float, because it's a lot easier to float outside the touchdown zone in Arrecife nowadays, because the touchdown zone markers have changed, because they've shortened the landing distance, because they've put an inset threshold right at the end of runway 03. So yeah, Arrecife's got a little bit more interesting since they've done that. Certainly for the FOs that have to land it onto 03. I said captain's got to land it on 2-1 if they do that. So, you know, predominantly the FOs always going to take it to Arrecife. Captain's always going to take it. And that's the company I work for. Other companies, they may allow FOs to take off, so it doesn't really matter. But the company I work for, so there's a few company restrictions regarding this place. So yeah, it makes it a little bit more interesting. But what's really nice is the new scenery that I've seen, or the scenery that I've seen for Arrecife for the flight sim, models this correctly. So I'm tempted tomorrow to get it. Potentially, I want to wait until it's on an old airfield. I think it's probably an old second airfield maybe down here. So it sort of looks very sort of airfield-esque. Yeah, so potentially I do want to get this scenery if it ever goes on offer. So I generally prefer getting sceneries on offer. I think those that know me, I sort of have a mantra that I think if you can afford to put scenery on offer, then you can afford not to be charged the full price in the first place. Anyway, right, belts can go off. That's all done. Let's tidy this up. Right, that can go. That's done. 340, it's 34. Performance, we leave cost index in. Fuel. So yeah, got a little bit of extra fuel. Expected a little bit more than that. Expecting closer to sort of 800 or 900 kilograms, because we had about an extra 400 on top of the plug fuel, or at least 500 plus the contingency. So yeah, really sort of expecting that to increase a bit. That'll probably get a bit better as soon as we get to the cruise, because I think this is sort of live figures based on current sort of fuel flows. I think as soon as we're at cruise and the fuel flows of the engines settle down to what they should be, this suddenly increases, which is just a Fenix thing. You know, it doesn't work like this in real life. It knows, you know, it's a different sort of algorithm. It doesn't take into account the current fuel flow. It's more sort of a computer really, rather than taking in live data. So yeah, expecting that to be about 800 or 900 once we get to top of climb. Secondary, we'll just copy that now. Don't need that anymore. And there we go. Away we go. To which airport was it again? The one where they've changed the markings dark is Arrecife, Lanzarote. So it's one scenery I don't have the Canaries. I've got, so there's two I don't have. I've got Fuerteventura, I've got Gran Canaria, I've got La Palma, which is really interesting place. It's like another Madeira. La Palma's really, really good. I don't have the Tenerife. The reason I don't have Tenerife yet is because there's two versions of it. There's an MK Studios Tenerife, I think, and I think there's an Aerosoft Tenerife, and I don't know which one's better, because one of the packages does Tenerife South and Tenerife North. Certainly it does an Orbex, so it gives you both Tenerife North and Tenerife South, which I think is really good. That's quite a good package, and a few things around the island as well, sort of interesting sort of sightseeing points. So I quite like that package, but I thought the other package that sold Tenerife South purely on its own looked better in the screenshots. So I'm undecided which one I'm going to get for that. So I don't have Tenerife yet, and I don't have Arrecife. So those are the two places that I do want to get at some point. But I do have Gran Canaria, I've got Fuerteventura, I've got La Palma. So, timed I looked up how to spell it. HDR. So it's the Arrecife, yeah, was it for Arrecife, Lanzarote, Lanzarote, Arrecife, it's the same thing. I always call it Arrecife. But it's Lanzarote. South is Los Rodos, yeah, south is Los Rodos, and north is, I thought Los Rodos was north. I don't know. I never go to the north, so it's just Tenerife. It's Tenerife for me. I'm going to Tenerife. That's it. Which means I'm going to Tenerife South. So yeah, obviously out on the ocean now. So a bit of a long route back. We go into sort of free route airspace, so you can see sort of Portugal. This is old now. They don't have airways anymore, Portugal. So Portuguese airspace is basically just empty. So all these airways should be gone. So Navigraph really should update this. There's no airways in Portugal. So really, what you would normally do, you go to Bexel, which is this one, I think. Baroque. No, they usually go Bexel on the way down. There's Bexel. So Acuda. So yeah, possibly Baroque. It's just one. It's literally when you fly through Portuguese airspace, it's one boundary to the next. So you've got a waypoint up here called a Bupi. So when you're going through Portugal, there it is, Bupi, that one I think. So you literally fly from a Bupi to Bexel on the way down, and then similarly you go from one to the other on the way back. So you don't do any airways at all in Portuguese. South is Recife, that's it, yeah, Los Rodos, yeah, Los Rodos is the north, I thought so. Got both, and in terms of detail, Aerosoft is best, even though it's only for South. That's what I thought, Dave. Yeah, that's I couldn't remember which one was which. It was, one of them did both airports, but the other one that only sold the Tenerife South looked better. So I was like, well, do I sacrifice a bit of sort of eye candy and detail for the fact I've got? But I mean, I never go to the North Island, the North Tenerife North. It's a diversion, but I've got no intention of going there. That's not to say I can't do, I can easily do Iberia flights and stuff that goes there. So, just because I don't go there in real life doesn't mean I still can't do those flights on the sim. But I do like the fact that the other one is better detail. So yeah, maybe I will get the Aerosoft. I don't know. Let's have a quick look actually. Gonna get Orbex up. And this is the thing, like Orbex. Orbex has never really got any bloody. Nothing's ever cheap, is it, on Orbex? It's always expensive. So I try to get things when it's discounted. It's just my way of sticking fingers up at developers and going, well, there we go, I'm going to get it cheap. Which is a really ungrateful thing to say. I mean, I'm not ungrateful towards developers at all. What they do and the quality they produce is generally very, very good. But if I can get something on the cheap, I will. Let's have a quick look. So I think they're both in Orbex actually. I think there's two copies. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, so you got GCTS, which is Tenerife North and Tenerife South, and that is, that's by MK Studios. So that does both of them plus the extra things around. And then you've got Tenerife South by Aerosoft, which is so 17 quid for the Aerosoft. And it's 16. Yeah, so that's it. It's ever so slightly cheaper to get both of them by MK Studios, or it's a bit more expensive to get Tenerife South by Aerosoft. Who knows? Don't know. It was a bit more responsive. Yeah. I don't know if it was the south. I don't know if it was built in response to the accidents in the north. Because I don't know. I don't know if this is just an urban legend or. Quote me if I'm wrong. One of them. Problem is mainly they say 25 quid is a lot of money for something you spend little. Yeah, I mean that's relative, isn't it? You know, it's. You know, where do most of my flights originate from? Hey Lemon, how you doing? You know, obviously, real world, I have my base, so you know, I do 99% of all my flights out of that base. So if I was to do 99% of all my flights in the sim from my home base, then spending £25 for that scenery of that base would be worth it because you'd be getting, you know, a lot out of it. But I don't do that. I don't stick to my roster that I do at work. I do, you know, random flights. You know, I don't just do flights that my airline does. I do flights that, you know, defunct airlines do, like Thomas Cook and Monarch and, you know, other airlines, you know, Lufthansa. So, you know, I vary it around just to keep it interesting. So I'm all over the place generally. So yes, it's maybe a lot of money for what place you're going to go to infrequently, but, you know, I do sort of come back. So yeah, Tenerife South, 1920 in response to, okay, oh, it was it in response? Because I was going to say, because what was the Dan Air one? The Dan Air, that was just before it, I think, wasn't it? That was that maybe, or was it just after? I can't, you know, the poor guys. You know, if you've ever heard the bloody CVR and that, it's not nice. The 727. I think it may have been that one. Again, quote me if I'm wrong, but it was quite tragic. Where I think Tenerife South was only going to open like weeks later. You know, that aircraft sadly ploughed it into the side of Mount Tidy. So you know, it was quite sad, really. That, you know, another airport that was more suitable was only, you know, days or weeks away from opening. On your way to Corfu from Innsbruck. That's interesting. Nice. Yeah, Corfu's good. I need to get some Corfu scenery. Corfu's good fun. I like Corfu. It's always well. Dan Air was safe. Oh, 1980 was it? Yeah, I couldn't remember. I knew it was somewhere around there. Yeah, Tenerife South obviously is generally a lot safer to operate into. Yeah, Corfu used to be good fun. We used to be able to do visual circuit. We can't do it anymore. Not allowed to fly the aircraft. It's frowned upon. So I shall. Yeah. Next subject. I might plug you back in before I start forgetting. Right, where are we? Another 2,000 feet to go. So no real topper climbs. Well, we have got Vasto actually. That's not far away. Is Vasto an overfly point? Always makes me laugh. Why is it an overfly point? You're at topper cruise at 34,000 feet. And you turn it into an overfly point. I've got no idea why that is. See how this FMGC deals with this. Just get going and I can do a fuel check then. Alright, that's to go. Still done. Temperatures are good. 21, 22, 23. Knockout star. 90 speed. Out cruise. Go blue. Alright, so have a quick look at the fuel then. So Vasto is, well, that's going to be in about 21 minutes. Is it on there? It should be. Vasto. Yep, I think that's it. 20 minutes, that's about right. 9.4, we've taken about another half a ton-ish. So it should be about 10 tons. So there we are. Oh, well, loads more. 10.4. So a lot more fuel than we're kind of expecting. But timing's pretty good, and this extra fuel hopefully should have... Yeah, we've got up to cruise speed. So there we go, 600 extras. So it's starting to increase a little bit. We're expecting sort of, you know, probably about 800 by the time we get to Bristol. So yeah, this is starting to show more realistic figures now. But if you come back to it every now and again. It does make it a high-priced airport, better proposition. Yeah, that's the thing, Leanna. So I try not to just buy scenery once and then never use it again. I mean, there are was it Oslo when the new one comes out? Maybe that one, recent one, was maybe a bit of an unwise purchase considering there's a new Oslo coming out. But there we go. I've got a couple which I haven't used yet, which I am planning to do during the summer, because there's a summer route which I do want to do, but we're not doing it yet, so I shall do that later on in the year. I've got scenery. I've got the Faroe Islands, Vagar. I've got that scenery, which I do want to do that at some point. Maybe when I've got a bit of time to do the 2-sector. You kind of need a better day, really, I suppose. I'm on the Fly UK Short Haul World Tour second leg. Oh, nice, Andy. That'll take a while on it to do that. Flight level 10A, 10 years old. I remember it. So yeah, it's horrible. It was horrible, Dave. It wasn't nice. The CVR. I don't like advertising or promoting these things, but the CVR is on YouTube, and it's just quite horrific, or just tragic to listen to. Really, I mean, you know, 1 minute they're there, 1 minute they're not, but just the entire confusion of what was going on. You know, I sort of think they're thinking, you know, how did they quite lose that SA? But you know, we're talking about, you know, old jets with, you know, an ADI compass. You know, they didn't have the equipment we've got. You know, we've got a lovely map. You know, we can zoom it in and we can do all sorts of things, and we can put beacons. So we've got so much more situational awareness with, you know, glass cockpits like this. So you know, it's a lot easier to lose situational awareness when you don't have these sort of displays in front of you. So I'm not blaming them. I'm not apportioning blame or anything. But you know, I do just sit there thinking, just what was going on. You know, they've just lost it somehow. You know, what was sad is the captain had been there about 50 times. You know, been to Tenerife 50 times. I've been to Tenerife, God knows, 50, 80 times. How many bloody times I've been there. You know, you sort of know it, and you think, you know, if you've been there somewhere that many times, you know, you should really know what you're doing. You know, you should have it in your head, I suppose, of if you get an ambiguous instruction, you know, you sit there going, well, hang on a minute, nobody's told me this before. Can we just clarify what you want us to do? But again, it's easy to sit here and critique, and again, I'm not blaming anybody. Just a very, very tragic incident, but these things happen. We live and learn. Remember the one fellow at the L House, 1862? Yeah, that was horrific. I remember that one. That wasn't very nice. Yeah, that was very close to home, wasn't it? And he's doing monarch to jib with wing wave over the fresh air. Good to Gavas. Yeah, easily done. Annoyingly, I got that jib scenery. There's something on. Is it Sim Market, isn't it? I bought it on Sim Market. And it's the one where if you turn off the strobes, or turn on the strobes, it closes the road, because they've animated the road. But annoyingly, I've bought the one which only works for the general aviation aircraft. It doesn't work for things like Phoenix. I mean, it's only about £4. It wasn't that expensive. But there's one on the Sim Market, or, you know, inside the simulator, which apparently may work. But I can't seem to buy that, because you can't seem to buy it as easily. I don't know. I seem to have got the wrong one. And it does sort of add a load of scenery around Gibraltar, which is quite nice, but it's almost a bit fucking pointless. It's pointless taking an Airbus there, because it doesn't work. So you get all this eye candy to look at, but it doesn't, you know, if you land or take off, you've got people crossing the runway. So, yeah, the fault was put down to pilot, and it was. I think it was sort of, you know, it was contributed to both parties, really. You know, and again, we're talking about days where they used NDBs. You know, the instrumentation wasn't as clear, and you know, there's a certain amount of, you know, navigation error on with things like that. You know, NDBs are notoriously difficult to navigate to because of their susceptibility to drift on instruments, and you know, attracts. You know, they get attracted to sort of thunderstorms, and you know, so I mean, they're not. You know, we're talking well before the sort of pre-GPS days. So yeah, it's again, like I say, follow me. Hang on. That's a bit better. That's still stuck in Fuerteventura. Trying to get a nice screenshot. Oh god, there we go. Cameras all over the place. I think that's a bit too close, isn't it? Well, there we go. I'm inside now. Was that like a... That just looked like a mask, didn't it? I swear I saw like a mask cord or something. There we go. Yeah, yeah, that's what I saw. It's like the oxygen thing. Trying to get some nice pictures for the stream. I'm doing a very good job. Yeah, God. Bloody useless. Oh, something like that would probably do that. Are you on Steam or on the Microsoft? I couldn't buy anything in the sim until changing some settings. I don't know, Leon. I've got no idea what I'm doing. Gav, what is it? I don't know. Gav knows better than I do. I don't know. Is it Steam? I don't know. I'm not sure. It wasn't me that set it up. Yeah, I have it. It's on the PC. That's about as much as I know. Good. So right, what's the next thing? So we could do an equal time point as well. Potentially, we have, because we're out in the sticks a little bit here in terms of where we are. Let's have a good look at the routes. Should be getting some weathers really. So yeah, we've got. So we've got like Agadir off the right in terms of where we're going to go. You know, Agadir may be a bit quicker, and then we've got places like Rabat, Casablanca's up on the up here somewhere as well. It's obviously called something different. So if we look at Navigraph, it's probably a bit easier. So let's have a quick look at some weathers. So probably, what one's that one? That is Azuria. Probably don't really want to go there. Casablanca. There we go. GMMN. Quick look at some weathers just in case something goes wrong. So yeah, similar to what we did in Keflavik, we can do this. Maybe we can put an equal time point in. So we could go GC. I mean, this is assuming we're just going to ignore Morocco, which we probably wouldn't do in a major emergency, but we can put an equal time point in between Arrecife and Faris. There we go. So we're closer to Arrecife in a minute, so we're either quicker to go back to Arrecife in a minute or possibly go off to the east and go and have a look at Morocco if something went wrong. But once we're past that equal time point, we can then just basically commit to Portugal. So weather's AOC. Weather. Let's have a look at Agadir. I mean, at the end of the day, if it's a runway that's usable, we can use it in severe cases. So Agadir is probably going to be very nice. It usually is. So very breeze coming from the east. Oh, interesting. So 4,000 meters of dust. So there's obviously a bit of a sandstorm. So yeah, maybe not quite as nice as what you'd normally expect. Yeah, sort of sandstorms coming around, I suppose. Nice and warm though. Let's have a look at the one up the road. So what's this one? Azuria, is it? Yeah, GMMI. Not somewhere I've ever been to. But it's an international airport. It's 2,500 meters long, so that would work. That is very similar, 8,000 meters, no significant clouds, maybe a little bit dusty, a bit hazy there, but that's all fine, that's workable. GMMN is Casablanca. So again, nice long runways here. 3,600 meters is the longest runway, and That's good. Cav OK. Yeah, perfect. So Casablanca would be wide open if we needed it. And after that, I think I'd rather go to Faro, as Cav loves to call it. Let's go to Faro. Faro. It's Faro. P. F. R. Gav with his northern pronunciation. So yeah, Faro is lovely. Cav OK. Good. So plenty of options off to the right, straight ahead of us as well. No problems getting in anywhere. What are you talking about? Vagar. Just got one message we're looking for. No, mate, you've got. There we go. Got mine from the MS store. There we go. Looking forward. Yeah, I need to do the Vagar one. It looks good fun because it's not particularly long runway. It's a bit like sort of Innsbruck, I suppose, without the valleys. So yeah, an interesting place to go to. But I'm not too sure what the flight times is. I wonder if I can actually. Let's have a quick look, see if I can get it on SimBrief. It'll be interesting to know. Let's put anything in. What's the 4-letter code or the 3-letter code for Vagar? I'm interested to see. It's not that far away, so like a little EKVG. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's fine. Faro, there we go, yes. Faro. What does it say? About hour and 45, so that's not too bad. That's doable on a 2-sector. So 10 to 12, yeah, that'd be about 10 to 12. 9 report. Turnarounds. 2. Yeah, it'd be tight. I'd probably need to do that as another time when I've got a lot more time to do it. I'm not having to walk the dog at 3 or something. It's possible, but it's a relatively long day to do as a 2-sector. And I think if you're going to do that, you want to do it as a 2-sector. You don't want to just do that as a 1-sector because it's just as much fun taking off as it is probably landing. So yeah, I might have to look at that at another time. Not sure if EasyJet are flying there at the moment, but love to see Gatwick to Granada. Yeah, I've done that, Manic. I've done it many years ago, but yeah, Granada's quite good fun. Granada's really good fun, actually. Well, it's not to say fun. Got a massive, great big fucking mountain at the end of it, so you can only really get in one way. There's an ILS onto runway 10, I think it is. I can't remember the exact runway. And then there's a circling procedure onto the other one. So more often than not, prevailing winds coming from the east anyway, so you normally do the ILS. But yeah, if you do the circling, that's quite good. Nice long runways, nice big airport, but quite an interesting place to go into and lots of terrain to think about. Right, that's all done. I don't think there's much else for me to do. So probably got closest airports probably. So yeah, what we got? So this is Azuria, so that's 144 miles away. Agadir's a bit further. So there we go, Arrecife and Porto Santo. Actually, funny enough, that's off the left. So that's over here somewhere near Madeira. Should be on really. So it's not quite on the scale. What have we got? 2 to 11. Yeah, so it's well over here somewhere, Porto Santo. So wouldn't we be going there? So certainly any in-flight emergencies at the minute, decompressions, fires, that sort of thing, would be like a beeline for the coast of Morocco. Right, I'm just going to go off the air for maybe half an hour, 45 minutes, guys. I've got a few phone calls to make. I've got a few people that I need to ring about a car, various other things as well, just to sort that out. And whilst we're in the cruise, it's a nice, easy bit, this, isn't it? So we can just sit here and just watch the world go by, and just listen to the ambient sounds of the aircraft. Send all those kids to sleep. From Madeira. Oh, nice, Daniel. Nice, yeah, I do like Madeira. It's good fun. So yeah, I'm going to be off the air, just going to make a few phone calls, need to get a few things sorted. What else do I need to do? I'm sure there's other things I need to write a list really. But I shall see you all in a bit, and And yeah, I shall be back in a bit. Cheerio. Right, I'm back, guys. Just seen the Lisbon control. Have I been disconnected? Probably. Been messing with the dog. Well, they want 12555.
Fly direct to Bexal.
Let's control. Apologies, it's Kestrel 902. Sorry, 903, 902. We'll be flight level 340 direct to Pinnack.
Thomas Cook 9320. Please file flight plan, sir.
Sorry, I always forget to do that. Yet again, always bloody forgetting.
Let's go. Very good afternoon to you. Jet set 34 Edwarding, direct after descending flight level 200.
I bet it's the wrong bloody
Jet
flight.
set 348, Lisbon, Charlo, Squawk 6601.
Because I put a new...
Thank you, sir. Squawk 6601, Jet set 348.
Right, let's load that.
Lisbon Control F1 246, request pushback and engine start.
France 246, pushing start approved.
Control Lufthansa.
I always say this, there's always somebody else to do this job for me.
Lufthansa 1783, pushing start approved.
Pushing start approved, Lufthansa 1783. Thank you.
Portugal 1684, when ready, descend flight level 250. There's no speed restriction.
Flight level 250, pilot's discretion, no speed restrictions, Air Portugal 1684.
Turkish 29 Alpha Victor identified, fly direct to Tosby, climb final level 360.
Direct to Cosby, flight level 360, push to 9 Alpha Victor.
Speedbird 703, request travel information Madeira.
Wallop coming yet.
Speedbird 703, the information Alpha is current, QNH 1026.
See, he needs messaging me on Discord, guys, or something. Like, if you know, bloody ATC come up, he needs to... Come on, go, he's bloody trying to call you.
Roger information Alpha, thanks. Speedbird 703.
Alice Bear, Kestrel 903, 902, flight level 340, direct to Pinnack. Sorry, flight plan's in now.
Toscott 9320, thanks. Squawk 2015.
2015, Kestrel 9320.
Lisbon Control, right at Force Lima, maintaining quick level 320.
15.
Right. Jet set 348, fly direct to Adnov, and you expect the ILS runway 17, descend flight level 60, free speed.
Okay, say again the direct 2 for Jet set 348.
It's Adnov, Alpha Delta November Oscar Victor.
Okay, fly direct Adnov and descend flight level 170, Jet set 348.
Lisbon Control, right at Force Lima, maintaining quick level 330.
Am I? Jet set 348, descend level 60060.
Oh, sorry, it's descend flight level 60, Jet set 348.
Right at 4 Sierra Lima, roger, climb flight level 330.
Confirm 330.
Is that not what you just requested?
Request flight level 360.
Roger, climb flight level 360.
Roger, climb flight level 360, right at Force Lima.
Alice Bear, Kestrel 9320, so just away from the computer just for 2 minutes.
Roger.
Right, good. I've got lunch cooking, so I'll be back.
Nordic 4 Golf Foxtrot, descend flight level 60. Stand by level 60, Nordic forecast, Foxtrot.
Control Air France 246, request a taxi to runway 10.
France 246, taxi Bravo Papa report runway 10.
Taxi via Bravo Papa reports when ready for runway 10 Air France 246.
Control Lufthansa 1783, request taxi. Lufthansa 1783, taxi early point Echo 5, runway 17 via Sierra and Echo. Taxi to runway 17, holding point Echo via Sierra. Echo 5 via Sierra and Echo Lufthansa 1783. Iberia 3844, Lisboa, hello, squawk 0551. Lufthansa 508, I need you on an odd level travelling, so if you're able 37039 is there.
Roger, we climb to flight level 390, Lufthansa 508 heavy.
Roger, climb flight level 390, break Portugal 1684, contact Lisboa, approach 119.1, bye-bye.
119.1, thanks for the service, 1684.
Iberia 3844 identified. Fly direct to Bexal. Seabird 703 cleared actually sorry, you cleared the Lidro 1 Papa arrival, runway
Yeah, right,
runway 05. You can expect the RMP Alpha approach and
I was cooking me lunch.
To Lidro, to Pilim, Papa India, Lima, India Mike.
God, that's priorities, everything starts kicking off. Right, good, so we're approaching Portugal then. We're over Portugal, approaching Lisbon, aren't we? There it's over the coast, just over, past over Sagres, the southwestern tip of Portugal.
Lisbon control, Air France 246, ready for departure runway 10.
Send him a message for...
France 246, wind far 090 degrees, 15 knots, runway 10, cleared takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, Air France 246.
Lisboa Control, Sierra Papa, Zulu Papa India, ready for push and start.
At least apologise to the air traffic controller.
Sierra's Papa India push and start, approved, face 05.
Oh, we can go up to 3.6 now anyway, can't we? Because it's light enough. 3.5 is the optimum. Let's go for 3.6. We can see if we can ask for that.
Jetset 34, just confirm we're holding it at north.
There's no step climb function in here.
Yes,
we can do it.
And the ILS approach runway 17. You can descend now 4,000 feet, QNH 1031. Cleared ILS approach runway 17.
So,
okay, thanks so much. Descend up to 4,000 feet, QNH 1017, and sorry, 32, and the cleared approach ILS runway 17, Jetset 348.
Lisbon Control, good evening. Ryanair 375, flight level
45, yeah.
Inbound
Sorry, I
starting
got distracted with the dog.
Ryanair 375, hello, climb flight level 38.
I'm just going to go off the microphone just for another couple of minutes.
Continue climb flight level
2 minutes, which will
380,
take 10 minutes just to
Ryanair 375.
eat my soup, and then I'll be back on in a second. Just so you're not hearing me slurp.
0703, when ready, descend flight level 100, 100.
Control Lufthansa 1783, holding position Echo 3, runway 17, ready for departure.
Nordic 4 Golf Foxtrot, descend 3,000 feet, QNH 1025. Cleared RMP Alpha approach runway 05, report visual.
Roger, 3,000 feet, QNH 1025, get RMP Alpha 05, and I'll call you issue. Nordic 4 Golf Foxtrot.
Lufthansa 1783, you able to departure Echo 5 or do you require full length?
From Echo 5 it will be away enough.
Roger, wind is 050 degrees 4 knots, runway 17, you are cleared to take off.
Cleared for takeoff runway 17, Lufthansa 1783, thank you.
Jetset 348, continue approach, runway 17, departure ahead.
Negative, so we're going to stop the approach here. We're not configured enough. Give us radar headings somewhere away, and we'll come back in a few minutes' time.
Roger, flighting 070.
070 degrees, Jetset 348.
Lisbon Control, today again, airport 1046, flight level 200 for flight level 340 and pound, Thursday.
Portugal 1046, identify, climb flight level 360.
Climb flight level 360, Portugal 1046.
And Jetset 348, just let us, could you let us know if we can climb to flight level 50, please?
Maintain 4,000, please.
Okay, 4,000, just bearing in mind the MSA is 51 to the north, just if you can give us somewhere more easily to hold or go into, that would be great. Jetset 348.
The bit I'll take you into is 4,000, so you're alright.
Okay, thanks.
Listen, Control, Papa India, say Alpine 97 Kilo Charlie, level 370, Seabook guilty.
Fine, 97 Kilo Charlie, squawk 3531.
3531, Alpine 97 Kilo Charlie. Sierra Papa Zulu, Papa India, ready for taxi.
Sierra's Papa India, backtrack line up runway 05, report ready for departure.
Taxi to backtrack and line up 05, will report ready for departure, Sierra Papa India.
Jetset 348, we can take an approach now, please.
Jetset 348, roger, turn left heading 320.
Left turn 320 degrees, Jetset 348.
And Jetset 348, you can expect direct back to Adnov shortly.
Okay, expecting a direct to Admiral shortly, jet set 348.
Air France 246 identified, climb flight level 240.
Climb flight level 240, Air France 246.
Lufthansa 1783 identified, climb flight level 320.
Climb flight level 320, Lufthansa 1783.
Portugal 257 radar services terminated, nothing further. Continue Unicom 1228. Bye bye.
Unicom 1228, next time it's altitude time.
Nordic 4 Golf Foxtrot, field in sight.
Nordic 4 Golf Foxtrot, thanks. Cleared visual approach runway 05, report turning base.
Cleared visual 05, report turning base, Nordic 4 Golf Foxtrot.
Sierra India ready for departure.
Roger, stand by, I'll clear back shortly. Jet set 348, turn left direct Adnov, cleared ILS runway 17.
Left turn direct Admiral, cleared ILS approach runway 17, jet set 348.
Portugal 47 radar services terminated. Report reaching LUTAC on Unicom 1228. Bye bye. Sierra Papa Zulu Papa India, wind at Madeira is 010 degrees 10 knots, runway 05, clear take.
Clear for takeoff from 05, Sierra Papa India.
Air France 246, climb final level 320.
Climb flight level 320, Air France 246.
Nordic 4 Golf Foxtrot, turning base.
Roger. Nordic 4 Golf Foxtrot, wind 010 degrees 10 knots, variable between 320 and 040 degrees, runway 05, clear to land.
05, clear to land, Nordic 4 Golf Foxtrot.
Sierra Papa Zulu Papa India identified, fly heading 170 degrees, climb flight level 360.
170, climbing 060,
Sierra Papa Zulu India.
Lisbon Control, Air France 246, if it's okay with you, I will be back in 5 minutes. Roger. Lufthansa 1783, fly direct to Adoro.
Lisbon Control, good afternoon, Channel 275 Charlie with you at flight level 390.
Channel 275 Charlie, Lisbon, hello, identified, fly direct TACAV.
Fly direct TACAV.
Direct Adoro Lufthansa 1783.
Jet set 348, wind Porto 050 degrees, 4 knots, runway 17, clear to land.
Runway 17, clear to land, jet set 348.
Right, I'm back. Finished lunch.
Control, good day.
Just realised I've been looking whilst I've been eating. It's like, it's a Thomas Cook call sign, really, isn't it? Kestrel's my
Condor
travel.
310, hello.
So, I don't know, I just, maybe it's just Thomas Cook once I'm outside the Lisbon airspace, just so it's not confusing for everybody else. Right, we look at the weather very quickly.
Condor 4 Charlie Lima, nothing
And
further.
Lisbon was fine, so no problems there. So have a quick look at Porto, LPPR. I'm sure that's fine. He just said over the radio 050 at something for the winds. So the northerly runway 36, 35, whatever it is.
Sierra Zulu India.
0504, so that's fine. Quebec, so yeah, perfectly good enough in
Direct
Porto. Let's have a quick look at Santiago. Have a quick look at things. It's annoying because I think when I logged on today, when I started the sim up today with the Fenix app, it dumped my hoppy code for the CPDLC, but I was thinking, oh, this day streaming is going to be on, I'm probably not going to be using CPDLC anyway, but, you know, and ironically, Lisbon's come on, or Lisboa has come on, and, yeah, I probably could have used it.
Nordic 4 Golf Foxtrot, welcome to Madeira.
There we go, never mind. So Santiago is fine, okay, that's good. Can I put it in here anywhere? That's the thing. Can I put my config? Data link? Nope, that's just me. Nope, not that one.
Sierra Papa India, request further climb if available.
I thought I already gave it you. Climb flight level 360, sir.
360, Sierra Papa India.
Nope. Oh, interesting. HF not installed. Should do. I don't think I can I? Oh well, doesn't matter. I'm sure we won't need it. Right, let's see if we can go up to 3.6 because we can do it. So, yeah. Alice Bear, Kestrel 9320, requesting climb flight level 360.
Kestrel 9320, climb level 360.
Climb flight level 360, Kestrel 9320. Good, that's good. Let's do that. So, first climb, open climb 360 blue. Config. Oh, was it AFB config, was it? Okay. Graph.
When I by 97 Kilo Charlie, ignore the last CPDLC message.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm not that bothered. It's not going to be used for anything, so it's fine. We can just leave it. Ooh. Just typical that when the Fenix app opened up, when I started the sim up, I could just saw it. It's just sometimes just randomly seems to dump the hoppy code, doesn't it? Occasionally. So, don't know why. There we go. Right, so about halfway point now between Fuerteventura and Bristol itself. I don't know if you check that panic. Maybe not. No. Right, I've had a quick play of the dog. I still need to send an email, actually.
53 Lima Lisboa Control, hello, Squawk 5237.
Who are they?
5237, signal 53 Lima.
Yeah, it's in the Fenix app. Exactly, it is. That's it. That's 1,000 to go. What am I after? Oh God, I'm trying to get words up. Points. That's what.
Jets at 34, runway indicated.
Jets at 348, do you have a stand preference?
Sierra 37, please.
Okay, Sierra 37 via Sierra.
Thanks very much via Sierra 7, Sierra 37, Jets at 348.
Muito boa tarde, Lisboa Controller, Portugal 29 Heavy, passing flight level 160.
Portugal 289, Lisboa Control, hello, identified. Continue climb flight level 390.
Continue climb 390, Portugal 289 Heavy.
Lisbon Control, Air France 246, back with you.
Air France 246, thanks. Seabird 703, cleared RMP Alpha approach runway 05, report visual.
Clear to RMP runway 05, report visual, that's Channel 3.
Lisbon Control, Feeder 53 Lima.
Pass your message.
Requesting a climb to flight level 360, Feeder 53 Lima.
Fin 53 Lima, roger, climb flight level 360.
Climb and maintain flight level 360, Feeder 53 Lima.
Lisbon Control, good afternoon, Beauty 768, passing flight level 180 for 240 in Prince Raccoon.
Beauty 768, identified, climb flight level 350.
Right, done.
Climbing flight level 350, Beauty 738.
Your cat was all out all night,
Right,
battling with a cat, so he looks like it
airspace
smells like a hay bell.
Bye-bye.
Oh dear, poor thing.
Thank you for your service.
Never mind, Christian, as long as he's alright.
Yeah.
It's character building for him. My dog's like that, you know, he goes and sort of plays with everybody, because he's generally a little bit bigger than most dogs. You know, he's very friendly, he has a good play and a good rough and tumble with everybody, and you know, he's all very good and well behaved. And the minute he sees a dog that's bigger than him, he just runs off crying like a girl. He's just pathetic. He's all Billy Big Bollocks when, you know, there's a dog smaller than him. But as soon as there's a dog bigger than him, he suddenly runs around like a he's just runs around like a pussy, I suppose. Right, what else have I got to do? Not much. Let's have a quick look at the weather, see if that improves at all.
Monitor Unicom, bye-bye.
Monitor Unicom 162.8.
Be interested to see what Bristol's looking like. It was foggy this morning, so yeah, it's fine now. In fact, even the winds died down to 270 at 12, all the 9s, so that's looking pretty good. There was a TAF later. Is that still there? This is an earlier TAF as well. It's good for 11:05. So between 8 o'clock tonight, it's going to get windy, but I think we're going to be fine all the way up to about 8.
Unicom, enjoy your flight, bye-bye.
So maybe a tempo.
Unicom 1 to the
That's
destination,
tomorrow.
thank you, bye-bye, ciao.
So yeah, it should actually be pretty good. Shouldn't be any problems at all. Let's just write that down. Indonesia bots again. Oh well. I'm sure they're not going to have that much fun, are they? 270 at 12. Good viz. Well, a contrast to yesterday's weather. 1026. Animals being animals, exactly that. Yeah. Gotta let them do their thing. .026, I'll do that one a bit closer. So 1026. 9 degrees, so yeah, not particularly warm, but not particularly cold. Not too bad for this time of day, this time of year, I suppose. 270 at 12. What's the minimum? It's about 800, I think it is. Approach.
7 Mike Delta, Lisboa Control. Hello.
So 801 feet to be specific. 801 config 4, I think there's no real need to do config 3. It's a relatively short runway. How are we doing for fuel? So there we go. So we were talking about this on the ground earlier, where the extra fuel on the ground wasn't really populating correctly. I think it was a minus figure, or it was something ridiculous. I can't exactly remember what it said. And then in the cruise, it wasn't. So in the climb, it wasn't that much higher either. Thanks. So sort of giving relatively random figures. But once we're now sitting our cruise, it sort of gives you an accurate figure of what we expected. So we basically, I can show you. In fact, it's probably easy to show this. And this is where this extra fuel sort of comes from. So not that one, that one. So we had contingency of about 400 kilos, and we've loaded about another 500 kilos on top of the flight plan fuel. So about 11.7, and we had 12.2. So it's about 500 extra. So we got 400 and 500. So 400 contingency and then 500 extra, which is a total of 900 kilograms. And this is exactly what it says, 900 kilos. So all this contingency fuel. I know Alan, I don't know if Alan's on anymore, he might have come off, but he certainly asked a question, sort of a little bit confused on TUI. Can't quite see. I think it might be a TUI 737, I can't quite tell. Yeah, a bit confused. So contingency, this is a planning value, so this isn't something that we really deal with in the air, with exception to that. This is going to be extra fuel that we've got in the air. Now the whole point of contingency is to give you a little bit more fuel for a contingency, or as a contingency, just in case you things happen that were sort of a bit outside your control. So maybe there's a bit of weather that was forecast, or a bit of weather that wasn't forecast and gets in the way, like a random CB that was on Sigmets, and you had to dive round it, or something on the ground happens, and you just got to do a slightly extra longer route on the arrival, whatever it is. So this contingency value is a regulatory thing. It's got to be. It can be numerous values. Pretty much every time in my life, it's always been 5% of the trip or 5 minutes. Whatever's higher. So this is 5% of the trip. I'm pretty sure it is. If you do 5%, 83, yeah, it would be one, because 10% is 800. So yeah, it's going to be about 5%.
Portugal 289.
In fact, it would say 5 minutes there if it was 5 minutes. So we've always carried this. This is always included. Now there are alternate fuel planning things that we can do. And I've worked for airlines that did this as a matter of course, where you can reduce contingency down to 3%. But in that case, you then have to nominate an en route alternate, and the weather has to be fine for the en route alternate. So there are alternative fuel planning procedures we can employ, but we're not doing that here. So this is always extra fuel that we should have in the tanks that isn't really there for anything other than the odd random thing that might be slightly different from the plan. So when we look at the extra fuel in the FMGC, we should always have this extra fuel, considering, assuming that we haven't actually burnt it doing something. So you should always have the total value of this contingency fuel plus any extra fuel that we add on top of the flight plan fuel. Because we had an extra 500, just because it potentially gives us another go for Manchester in case Bristol in case I bugger it up. The total sum of the contingency and the extra fuel is then this value here in the extra fuel, extra time part here. So this is spot on now because we're actually airborne and the FMGC settled down. And this is the 400 plus the 500 extra fuel that we're expecting, because that's the 400 contingency, because I haven't used the contingency because I haven't had to divert or deviate around anything, plus the 500 extra on top of the sort of minimum fuel we had. So we can see CNR here is 2.6, which basically marries up to that, so there's CNR. We should be landing with about 3, so it's about 400 extra, which again, that's the 400. The 400 on top of the CNR is our fuel overheads, the destination. So that's basically your CNR plus the contingency, and then obviously we've got 500 on top of that, which is then the extra fuel we've loaded. So that's kind of how we sort of work that out. So this value is now very accurate, but it's not very accurate on the ground. Normally on the ground, when we do the init B page, which it's not quite there, it's the fuel plan. When we do the init B page, we put the zero fuel weight in, and the alternate fuel, and sort of our block fuel. What should happen is it should already be showing this. Or in fact, it won't. Sorry, it won't. Sorry, I tell a lie. It will just show you the extra fuel you've carried on top of the flight plan, because when you're on the ground, the route reserve or the contingency, which is this here, the contingency is up here. So it only shows you the extra fuel you have on top of your flight plan fuel. So that would have said, if this had worked, this would have showed about 500 kilograms extra. So when you're on the ground, you think, well, I've got 500 extra in extra fuel on top of the flight plan fuel, plus I've got my contingency there. And then as soon as you get airborne, contingency basically goes into this, and then becomes nothing, because it's just a planning requirement when you're on the ground. But as soon as you're airborne, this fuel then sort of goes into the extra fuel you have. So these are where these values come from, effectively. So this is correct. This is bang on what I expect. But you have to wait until you're airborne to get these values to be correct, if that makes sense. On the ground, they should be showing correct data, but it isn't, just because of, I don't know, Phoenix haven't quite got this perfect, which it is probably not an easy thing to do. So I'm not necessarily, again, not criticism, but it's just an observation, I suppose. So where are we? Porto's just off the left-hand side.
You are cleared of the Ableg 3 mic arrival, ILS approach runway 17.
So Porto's just down there. Easier to see it here. There we go, there's Porto.
Ableg 3 arrival, runway 17, Airport Authority.
Right, I think once I'm outside of airspace, I'm going to have to go offline. There's a couple more phone calls I need to make.
That's 107 parking bank. Thank you, bye-bye, good luck.
Alright, thanks for flying, bye-bye.
Right, that's what I wanted to check, how far we got before we're outside of airspace. Not very far, actually. I think we're almost up the boundary. Yeah, so be going into, I mean, technically going into Madrid control in a minute, but they're not online, so there isn't really anybody, so be on to Unicom very, very shortly, which means I'll go and get on the phone. So I'm going to change my call sign as well. I'll just be Thomas Cook after this. So it's probably confusing the poor buggers. Quick question is when the AP is engaged and there's an RA, the aircraft does it itself. Is that the case in the real 322? Hello, buddy. You're right. What are you after? NL8, NNNLN.
Jet Mike Delta back.
So, yeah, it's an option you can set in the
So
Phoenix.
Mike Delta, thanks.
So it's in the sim settings. I think it is airline modified. So yeah, you can do automatic TCAS. And I've got this because it's an old jet. You know, there's really nothing. It won't be FLS or so. Yellow hydraulic, so that's great. But no navigating go around. That's something to brief, I suppose. No ice detection, no brake fast. So yeah, it's an option you can set in the Phoenix.
3 mic arrival.
However, this is a
CEO,
and never in my life have I flown a CEO with the automatic TCAS. Autopilot TCAS. It's only ever been a Neo thing for me. So it really depends how you want to configure your airframe. If you want it to do automatic TCAS, you can turn it on. But you know, in the sort of quest for realism, I suppose, I've always turned it off on the Phoenix because, like I said, I've never flown a CEO. Even the brute, the new CEOs that I've flown, it's never had automatic TCAS on it. Only the Neos have ever had it. So yes, you can turn it on and off. Yes, it's a good function. If you get an RA, it just goes TCAS blue.
Kestrel 9320, you're leaving my airspace now, nothing further. So, Unicom, enjoy your flight. Bye bye.
Yeah, thanks very much. Sorry for the late check-in. Back to Unicom now, Kestrel 9320. Thanks very much. Have a good day.
No worries. Bye bye.
Good. Right, back to Unicom. Good. So that's nice and quiet. So yeah, your memory items for a TCAS, varies, depends on your airframe. So if you're on a CEO, your memory items on a TCAS would be a bit more involved because you don't have the automatic TCAS. So if you get a TCAS RA, it's just you just announce TCAS RA, and you disconnect the autopilot. You'd ask for the pilot monitoring to turn the flight directors off. Your auto thrust would revert to speed, and then you just plonk the VSI needle, so this here, into the green band. So you'd have like a red section, whether it's a climb or descend, it depends what way it goes. So if it says descend, there would be a red band and then there would be a green band, so you just literally put the VSI needle into the green band, and it only needs to be on the edge. It only needs to be on the edge of the red and the green bit, so there'd be a large green chunk. It doesn't have to be all the way into the green, it just has to be out of the red. So really, for comfort and further separation issues for any other aircraft, you just want to get that sort of green, that VSI needle just in the green section, and that would ensure safe separation from the TCAS RA. So that's your memory items for a CEO. On the Neo, you don't have to do that. It's not quite as involved because of course the autopilot does it for you. So you get a TCAS RA. I mean, you get a TCAS, you'd get a TA first, so a traffic advisory. And the minute you get a traffic advisory on a Neo, it would come up with TCAS blue in your vertical FMA there. So it would go TCAS blue, and you get a TA, and as pilot flying you just go TCAS blue because this is now an armed vertical mode. So it's basically saying, look, somebody's getting a bit close, I don't really like this. He might get too close. If he starts getting too close and basically there's a danger of swapping some paint with someone, I'm going to arm a vertical mode, which would make I'm going to start flying away from it. As the autopilot, I'm going to do this for you. So yeah, pilot flying, you just go TCAS blue, and if it then goes descend, which is the RA in the same, if it's going to descend again, it would then just go TCAS, and it would just go TCAS green. You wouldn't need to say TCAS green. I mean, you could just say TCAS. You don't need to say when it's green. Just say TCAS, and then the autopilot would start flying into this green section again. And the auto thrust, if I remember correctly, it should automatically go to speed anyway. I think it does do that. And then I'm sure we've got some new modded kit. There's something, I need to look at the manuals, I can't remember what it is, but yeah, there's something there which we've got. I'm sure the latest version of TCAS. What's it do? I think it adjusts the vertical speed. I think so. If you're in a climb and you've got traffic coming towards you, and you're going up at a rate of knots, I think the newer versions, they go into like a sort of a mode reversion, if I remember correctly, where if you're an open climber, you're buzzing up at 3,000 feet a minute, which is not really ideal when you've got somebody coming towards you. That's pretty close. I think that goes into a mode reversion where it then automatically adjusts the vertical speed, I think, to prevent the TCAS going off. Again, I can't remember exactly how it works, but it's something like that. But yeah, on the CEOs, once you clear of the conflict, you just the red and green band disappears, and then if you descended, so in this case, if I descended to like 3, 4, 5 or something, I would then just start climbing back up again, asking for the flight directors back on. I would probably ask for a sensible mode, so I don't know, maybe just VS or something, and then just re-engage the autopilot, double check the FMAs again, and just manipulate the autopilot as necessary to climb back up to 360. And pilot monitors has a couple of calls, so initially on a TCAS RA, it's just URB Kestrel 9320 TCAS R8, so ATC know about it, and they go Roger. So ATC do not get involved anymore. After the Überlinger crash between the DHL and the Russians, which was, again, it's been morbid streams there, hasn't it? Been talking about bloody crashes all the time. So yeah, after that accident, ATC are under strict instructions to not get involved with the TCAS RA at all. So they do not give you vertical separation. They do not give you lateral separation. Or at least the ones in Europe shouldn't do. I mean, I'm sure America would bloody try their best, but that's just Americans for you. But yeah, the ATC, all pressure. Yeah. Where am I looking? Looks fine, Christian. Quantity. You worried about something? It's fine. Yeah, it's they don't. ATC here, TCAS RA on the radios, they shut up. They just let it work itself out, because the TCAS is so advanced that so long as the pilots follow it correctly, then basically the collision should be avoided. So yeah, but the pilot monitor would go TCAS RA on the radios, and once you are clear of the conflict, you'd go Kestrel Autonomous 9320, clear conflicts, and you would say returning flight level 360, so very specific phraseology, returning flight level 360, and then once you're back at flight level 360 without cruise, you would say, who are we? Thomas Cook 9320, flight level 360 resumed. So yeah, there's very specific phraseology with that. Andy, what's the question? I have a query regarding the engine page of a day during flight. I was checking the engine page and it was showing a PSI 400 and flashing. Didn't know what to do with that. The plane's okay. Great time to mention why you need to turn. Yeah, so did I say? I did say that, Captain. It forces the yaw thrust into speed mode. I'll come back to that actually, because there's an interesting thing which the threat about it and why it's a threat. So I'll come back to that in a second. I think it was the oil pressure. Yeah, what was I mean, the only pressure we've got is the oil pressure, if I can remember. That's it, 400. 400's off the scale, isn't it? So it shouldn't be that high at all. It might just be a bug, Andy. I don't know. I know this. It's not 100% perfect. So you may have a slight problem. It might. If you've got failures, potentially you've got failures enabled. Maybe something like that. If you've got failures enabled, then high oil pressure. That's not good. So yeah, you're probably looking at potentially shutting down an engine, because potentially there's a chance there that the pipes are going to start bursting. You're going to piss all out everywhere, which is not going to be good for the engine. Quite surprised because there was only. Thought that was only for modern planes like the 350. It is NLA and NL. God, you need to change the name. I can't say NLN. I was calling you Nul. It's my nickname. Yes, it's a new mod. It's a thing that Airbus have they've obviously developed over the years, and I think it came in with a 380. I think that was probably the first aircraft to get it. So the 380 thing had it, then obviously that got rolled out. So anything that these Airbuses, these brand new Airbuses are getting now, they effectively pretty much always get rolled out onto new airframes that are being built, even if they're smaller. So a lot of the brand new 320s and 320 Neos, etc. They start getting equipment that was pretty much standard for these 350s. So, or at least it's an option. The airlines can get them as options, but they can certainly be put onto the aircraft. And auto descends after a rapid. Yeah, it does do that. Yeah, that is something else that a 350 does, doesn't it? It's probably a bug. Oh, it's the fly-by-wire. Oh yeah, most definitely. I think it was a bug. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is just a fly-by-wire thing. So yeah, I don't think there's much you can do about it. They're probably aware of it. So yeah, Gav makes a really interesting point. Why do you turn the flight directors off? I'm going to explain this in sort of relative layman terms. Why is it bumpy? It shouldn't be bumpy around here. It should be smooth. Bugger off. So let's just try and think about it for a second. Let's just try and think about it logically, kind of what your FMA say. So let's say, let's try and situation. So let's say we're descending. So I don't know, say we're Bristol is off the nose, 100 miles, and we're descending. So and ATC want us to get down potentially. They're just like when you can send flight level 100. So we want to get down. Maybe we've missed the top of drop. Maybe it's a bit behind us. Maybe we've been kept high because of traffic going underneath us or something. So we're sort of looking to get down. And what we do is we set 10,000 on the FC and we pull it, and that forces into an open descent. And I don't know. Let's say we haven't bothered with the speed. We haven't increased speed. We've just sort of left it sort of somewhere in the middle. So we've gone into open descent, but open descent mode forces the thrust to go into idle. So the thrust just comes completely off and you just go into idle thrust. So it says thrust idle, open descent, flight level 100 blue. So those are the modes you're in. So you're at idle thrust, and then let's say you get a TCAS. There's somebody below you and climbing up, and ATC have completely buggered up the separation and this, that and the other. So you're descending, somebody's climbing, and then you get a TCAS. And of course the TCAS is going to ask you to climb. It's not going to ask you to descend anymore because you don't want to hit the guy. So it wants you to climb. So if we left the flight directors on, say we disconnected the autopilot but we left the flight directors on, the flight directors are still commanding, because you haven't changed the modes, it's still commanding a descent. So it's still commanding a descent at thrust idle. And the flight director is going to go down. We're going to pitch the aircraft up. The flight director is still going to be down here somewhere because it's still saying, look, you want to go down, you Wally, you're at thrust idle, open descent, that's what you've asked me to do. And that's what the flight directors are doing. They're commanding you to do these things that you've asked it to do. So you pull the aircraft up and you put the nose up to 10 degrees or whatever it is, but your thrust is at idle. So your speed washes off like a bitch, and you get yourself into a position where you get yourself into, I say low speed situation. It's more like a high alpha position really. So you're getting yourself into a low speed situation, which is increasing your angle of attack, which is then potentially going to give you protections kicking in, like the high alpha attack protection, which is basically your alpha floor. So we don't want to do that. We don't want to leave it into a mode that's commanding open descent if we've got to pitch the nose up and climb away from something, because the aircraft's a bit stupid. It doesn't know any better. It might know there's a TCAS, but it doesn't know that you need to climb and it needs to put the thrust on because you've left the flight directors on, and these are this is just commanding what the aircraft's doing. So to mitigate that, what you do is you turn the flight directors off, because that effectively turns off the FMAs and says, look, don't follow that anymore because that's garbage. We don't want to be doing that. We're descending to something. We want to climb because there's somebody in the way, so we need to climb. So we turn the flight directors off, which disables the lateral and vertical modes, or vertical lateral modes, and then it turns the speed. So this would have been at thrust idle and open descent. It then turns the speed mode into speed. So then all of a sudden the auto thrust goes, aha, well, I don't want you at idle thrust anymore. You're telling me that we need to be in a speed mode, which means I've got to target this speed. And the only way to target this speed if we're starting to climb is to put the thrust back on. So you're preventing getting yourself into a position where you might have to suddenly climb, but you need the thrust to come back on. So you need to turn these flight directors off. In fact, I wonder if it'd do it. Yeah, probably won't do it because not really. Let's just turn those off now. A bit of a bad example to give it to you now, but so yeah, you need to turn the flight directors off because you need to force the auto thrust to go back into a speed mode to actually target the speed you were descending at, whatever it is. But but then the auto thrust is saying, right, well, I need to do whatever I can to the engines, whether I need to increase thrust, decrease thrust, whatever it is, to maintain this speed. And obviously, if you're then climbing, if you're pitching up away from this TCAS, potentially, you're then climbing. So, of course, the only way to maintain speed is by putting the thrust on. So, this is why it's so important, it's SOP, and I'm fucking useless. I forget half the time. But when you turn the flight directors off, the SOP is to to ensure that you have gone into speed mode. Because there have been situations where people have done this. There's been a bit of a clusterfuck of turning flight directors off, and somebody's done it, somebody else hasn't done it, or whatever. The aircraft's remained in a thrust idle situation, and it's basically got into a very low energy state where things like alpha floor then kick in, and it's just it's just messy, and it's paperwork as well. So that's why you do it. It's probably the easiest explanation I can give you. So with a TCAS, a TCAS RA on a CEO where you've got to do it manually, you get traffic, and you'd say TCAS out of control, and then you get an RA, and it might go climb, descend, whatever it says. Well, I've got a hair in my mouth. And then you disconnect the autopilot, disconnect the flight directors, confirm auto thrust is speed, and then just fly the green band wherever it is, until you're clear of the conflict. So yes, that's kind of how you do that. Learning the 737, I was wondering why I was busting altitude and speed as your pilot was on. It wasn't. I'd click the constraint on there. Okay, I've got no idea, Mark. What I know about the 737, you could write on a bloody finger. No, absolutely nothing about it. Thought about getting the 73, but decent short, medium haul. Yeah, who mentioned about this? Somebody said earlier about the Aerosoft 330. I definitely think I will get that when it comes out. Not that I've flown the 330, not that I know too much about it. I mean, it's just a bigger Airbus, isn't it? It's not going to be too different. A few extra buttons, a few different systems with fuel dumping and stuff. So I'm fairly happy I can probably learn it relatively quickly. So I will give that a go when it comes out. And the plan is this summer. I don't know how long it's going to take. I'm not too sure how I'm going to do it. But the plan this summer, at some point, will be to do some sort of round the world sort of stream. So, if I can get away early in the morning, because obviously the day's a lot better. The missus will come home from work or something, and then there'll be no rush to take the dog out. Have you been kissing your dog? Possibly. No, I think it was just a hair from my head, so nothing too bad. So yeah, it'd be nice to do some sort of round the world stream sort of thing, and it'd be nice to do it in the 330. I don't mind doing it in the 310, because they're not going to be massively long sectors. They'll be sort of like 6 hours or something, which I'm sure the 310 could do quite comfortably. But the 330 is just a bit more, I say, more capable. It's just a bit different, isn't it? Flight Light HD is better than Max. I'll do the moment. I guess it's different. Streaming as people to chat to. Yeah. Right, so we're crossing the Bay of Biscay now, so this is always another worthwhile threat to us. Certainly it's always a good one for cadets. Always situational awareness, situational awareness, contingency planning. So we are in the arse end of nowhere. Why is it bumpy again? Shouldn't be bumpy. What was the segments actually? Was the segments any worse for later? You could go. Oh, I've got an itchy nose. Maybe the later segment had a bit of weather. Oh. Go. What's that? So that was that's the midday one. No, they're all middays. No, it's sort of the chopper pause is its highest here. It's about 440, so we're sort of below the chopper pause. So might explain why we're a little bit bumpy. It's a little bit crowded. Let's just get the belt. So I'm probably get a bit uncomfortable about. Oh, nice moon. Lovely moon. I was saying, so yeah, situational awareness. So here's a question for everybody, and there's no real right or answer to this. This is more just a sort of a thought-provoking exercise, I suppose. So there's sort of two questions. Yeah, how far do we go in 10 minutes? So what sort of distance do we travel in 10 minutes approximately? It doesn't have to be accurate, but within a sort of ballpark figure of 10 to 20 miles, how far do we travel in 10 minutes? And the second question, which is a bit more ominous, really, it's not particularly a nice one to think about, but how long roughly do we have as a structural integrity of an aircraft? If we had an engine fire that we couldn't extinguish, or quite potentially a cargo fire, it's probably even worse, that we can't extinguish as well. Certainly with the engine fire, how long have we got approximately, sort of statistically I suppose, before that fire burns through the wing and the structural integrity of the aircraft is basically not guaranteed anymore? So there's always a good question. So there's sort of two time questions there. How far can we go in 10 minutes? And yeah, how long have we got before an engine would burn through the wing of the aircraft? And this is just a sort of good, I'd say a bit of situational awareness, I suppose, more than anything. Right, you can just go, I think. Absolutely no interest in reading something from Indonesia. Silence. I met with silence. $70-80 miles, yeah, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good guess. Or guess, well, I say it's a guess, you probably know it. So yeah, it's a pretty good answer. Didn't mean to condescend you there. Christian 65, yeah, approximately. So I suppose, yeah, one was a distance, wasn't it? One was a distance, one was a time sort of answer. What was the second question? So, yeah, how long have you got, roughly, approximately? So if we were to get, say we had an engine fire now, go off, so left engine goes on fire, and we can't extinguish it, so we've done the fire push boilers, we put both agents in it, and just for love nor money, we can't shut this fire off, it just can't extinguish it. So the fire is burning, and it doesn't extinguish. So how long have we got, roughly, before the fire on this engine would probably burn through the wing? There's no formula to this one, don't worry. $30, yeah, not quite, Christian. Technically have no idea. It's DC-8 that caught fire and crashed in a very short time. Yeah. So the answers generally, and again, it's only an approximation because it depends on sort of headwinds and stuff. But you can do about 80 to 90 miles, 80 miles roughly, in 10 minutes. So say about 80 miles for 10 minutes. That's fine. and the time for the fire, and again this is sort of more statistic, this isn't like a particular airline's sort of rule of thumb or anything. I think this is just statistics from you know, sort of air crashes and this, that and the other. So you have about 15 minutes supposedly, you know, 13 to 15 minutes. So if the fire, you know, engine caught fire and you can get it out, you've got about 13 to 15 minutes to get it on the ground. So that translates to about 100 miles, you know, because don't think you'll be descending, so you'll be descending to an airfield. So once you're outside about 100 miles of an airfield, you know, you're a bit screwed. Now, this is always a good one for new FOs and cadets and stuff. So we're over the Bear Biscay now, and we've got an airport down here. We've got Asturias, Coruña. Asturias is down here, Oviedo, yeah, Santa Bilbao. Then you've got you know, Bordeaux, La Rochelle, Nantes, Lorient-Brest. So you've got all these airports sort of surrounding the Bear Biscay. You can't really do it here, sadly, but if you were to start putting range rings, range circles, and sort of seeing the 80 miles, you would effectively start looking at this sort of boundary around here, and you'd realise there's a massive space where you're well outside 100 miles of an airport. So it's a little bit of a threat. It's not really a major threat, but you know, it's just something to sort of be considerate of. And you know, certainly as a captain, it's sort of worst case, and God forbid anybody has to deal with this, because you know, this is really not going to be good news. And you know, I don't bear thinking about it. I hope, you know, hope to God it never happens to anybody. But as soon as you start getting within this sort of airspace, you know, this part of the airspace, you're too far away really to be able to get on the ground safely. If you've got a fire you can't extinguish. South African 7, yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, that happened, Sandy. That was a combi, wasn't it? So it was a sort of combi passenger cargo aircraft, and it all started igniting in the back, and you know, they were a bit too far away from Seychelles and stuff. You know, the Swiss Air one as well, that's very similar. That had an uncontainable fire in the front of the avionics, and you know, ironically they were close to an airfield, but they decided to go for a very sort of procedural checklist, which unfortunately cost them. So yeah, this is always like, it's probably quite, it's more relevant, I suppose, for captains than new FOs, but it's equally as important for both, because you know, I mean, the captain could be going, it's like, right, I'm going off for a, you know, I need to go back to the loo, you know, I need to go have a piss or something, and you know, could be out the flight deck for, you know, a few minutes while he's out there and doing whatever. While the FO is, you know, poor little him or her sitting on their Todd, just sitting there enjoying the view, you know, nothing's going wrong. But of course, you know, let's have a look at the closest airport now. So the closest airport is Asturias, which is 80 miles. We've got to turn around as well, so you know, the turning around, you know, it's going to be about 100 to 120 track miles or so. I mean, that's going to take, what's that, 1352? Yeah, I mean, that's saying almost 20 minutes to get there if we went to Asturias now. So if we had a fire we can't extinguish, there's a very, very good chance that we would have to ditch the aircraft, because you're not going to land it on the ground. There's a very, very good chance you might have to ditch the aircraft to make sure that you can do a controllable crash, because that might be the better option than just letting the wing burn off. Yeah, exactly, Christian. See, you're in that horrendous predicament where you think, what is going to be the safer outcome? Now, both are pretty, both are pretty unsafe. You know, a wing burning off at altitude is certainly not going to be survivable, and you know, a ditching in the ocean is probably, arguably, not particularly survivable either. So, you know, as captains specifically, that's why I say it's a really good one for captains as well. You know, you're now in this position going, shit, I'm now out in no man's land, and I got to think about this. So, you know, what do we refer to? Well, we've got an emergency checklist that we can refer to that sort of talks about ditching. So, you know, we can go straight to that if we need to, and you know, you might already have in your head, you know, the decision made up that's going, well, I think we need to prepare for ditching. If the fire goes out and we can get it there, great. You know, hope for the best but plan for the worst, and you know, speaking to the cabin crew and you know, giving them a brief, and you know, you might have to be put in that really, really awkward position where you're now suddenly having to make a very, very difficult decision of what you're doing with this aircraft, because it might actually be safer to try and ditch it in the sea than it is to actually coast to the ground and get the wing burnt off. But you know, it's impossible to say. It's impossible to say that, you know, might happen. you know, you might actually find the integrity is a lot better than what you think. So it's you know, very, very, very difficult. What happens if I do parachutes? Yeah, unfortunately, the weight alone. Right, 230 for coral. The weight cost alone would make that completely unviable, and of course, nobody would have a clue what to do on a parachute anyway. I think more people would try to kill, you know, end up killing themselves trying to get out the parachute than they would surviving it. Right, 230, that's spot on. An extra half a ton or so on top of that, so it'd be about 5 tons ish, and we're 5 points. So we're easily making up plenty of fuel. So as we see, 1.2. So this was 0.9 about half hour ago. 45 minutes ago, this is 1.2. So we're burning a lot less than what the forecast is. You know, we're down to about 2 tons an hour. So this flight plan has us burning a little bit more fuel than what we're doing. So we're making up fuel, which is great. So our CNR is 2.6, and we've got an extra 37 minutes thinking time. Why did they not have the airway close to the landing cap? Well, do that for it's in a way that avoids. No, it doesn't. It's again, we just have to go back to statistics. How many times, you know, consider there's thousands of flights a day. How many times a day do aircraft have fires that aren't controllable? I mean, I don't. You know, you got a 60-ton jet, Christian. You're going to need some pretty fucking big parachutes, mate, to break the fall of this thing. And not only that, you're travelling at 500 miles an hour. You know, you deploy a parachute at this height, and you're ripping them off straight away. Statistically, how often does it happen? You know, it's such a remote possibility, and this is why I always think it's a really good one. You know, it's a good one for new captains, a good one for new sort of cadets and FOs. It's a really good thought-provoking exercise for them. You know, and it just gets them to start thinking a little bit. You know, because you know, now we're sort of what we're doing now. Closest airports, so yeah, 97. So, you know, we are probably far too far away from an airport to get there if we had this sort of situation on hand. So statistically, how often does it happen? I mean, it's, you know, millions to one that these things happen. And, you know, again, the chances of getting a fire which you can't extinguish, don't forget the holes are all sort of enclosed and there's no way of sort of air generally getting in. I mean, they are pressurised containers, but, you know, there's fire suppression systems. So, you know, the extinguisher is usually pretty good at getting the fires out, as are the ones in the engines as well. And of course, as soon as you press this fire push button, it disconnects all sorts, you know, the fuel lines, the bleeds, you know, the electrics, you know, so you're effectively, when you think of your fuel triangle, you're cutting off the fuel to that fire. So, you know, pressing that alone should help the fire extinguish, because you're basically now not giving the fire any more fuel to burn. It might burn a bit of residual fuel around the engine stuff, but, you know, it should basically, you know, almost go out. But, you know, we've got the extinguisher units as well, just to help smother the fire, and you know, more importantly, you know, take the oxygen out of the air. So statistically speaking, it should never happen, really, but, you know, it does. These things do happen, so you do have to be considerate of it. It's I should be going, fairly sure I should be going at odd flight level now. Yeah. Although, should I? No, I was looking at the wrong bit. So yeah, evens are still fine. Oh, it's panic. So it's down there. Right, good. Oh, Jesus Christ! Smashing the glasses. So yeah, statistically, it shouldn't happen. It does happen. So it's always something worth thinking, especially when you do bits of flights over here. Like, you know, there's not many flights, European flights, not many bits of airspace really where you're really out over the sea and away from airfield. You are, you know, out here you are, when you go down to Madeira, you're a little bit away from it. As we're sort of taking off out of sort of Canaries, yeah, you're sort of a, you know, bit more than 15 minutes away from a suitable airfield around here. But, you know, everywhere else, you know, generally you've got like a little bolt hole you can go into pretty quickly if you really have that problem. So it's quite a rare problem for European stuff. But as told by friends and ex-flight engineer BA, there was a 10-minute period halfway across the Atlantic that if lost an engine, Concorde couldn't make landfall. I was really... I didn't realise that, Mark. Yeah, quite possibly. Newsflash, flight because communicating areas for 35% of use. Yeah, again, like this isn't... Yeah, I suppose some people would be terrified. Yeah, these things, but this is what I'm saying. You know, statistically speaking, it doesn't really happen. It's very, very, very rare. It's a lot more of a threat for the North Atlantic stuff, you know, because you are a long way away from ground then. So you know, there has been cases. You know, I'm sure I've read things where guys have you know, had to divert. They've had cargo fires, you know, and things, and they have to sort of deal with it. You know, fortunately, it's been fine. They've contained the fire, and it's not been a major issue. But you know, there obviously have been instances where that's not been quite the case. But you know, I think that's what we basically deal with on a day-to-day basis. Statistically, these things just don't go wrong. What is the probability of it happening? And it's very, 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 very small. So you know, fortunately, we don't really have to deal with these things in reality. And like I said, you know, God forbid it does happen in reality, and you know, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I used to open. But you know, it's a good thought-provoking exercise. You know, certainly for the new guys that we get that come to the airlines. You know, it's always you know, something sort of interesting to just sort of think about. Certainly new captains. You know, it's very interesting for them because you know they're sort of moving away from flying the jet and they're sort of learning to be captains and how to manage situations and manage abnormal situations and thinking about things. You know, sort of contingency procedures, etc. So you know, it's basically half the job of being the captain is knowing the rules. And always thinking, what if? You know, what's the worst case? So it's interesting subjects. Your guy was offered a chance to be a flight engineer. Turned it down because that rumour. I bet he's kicking himself, aren't he? I mean, I wouldn't have. I don't know. I know the rudder of the Concorde fell off regularly, but I would have been great. I would have loved to have gone on that. Statistically speaking, failures like this good. Yeah, you know, I've had failures in cruise. I think I've pissed all the bloody green hydraulic fluid out once in the cruise, which was a very random place to get it. You know, because your green hydraulics, you know, that's usually high demand sort of system which does gears. It will do the gear, it will do the flats, slats, and the flaps. So you know that control slats and flaps as well, and the gear. So it's usually quite a high demand system. So if you're going to lose the green hydraulic, it's normally when it's under demand a bit more. So when the gear goes up and down is usually the most common place when the green hydraulic decides to just, you know, jump off board. So yeah, I've lost it in the cruise once, which was just like, yeah. I mean, we looked at it. It was like, well, that's got to be spurious. It's like, oh shit! No, I think that's genuine. That bollocks. So yeah, we just dealt with that and just went somewhere else. So you know, failures do happen. It's probably just as common anywhere else. It's engineering on 10 years, VC10s, some thoughts. Oh, nice. Oh, Seafarer is cool. I mean, that's the thing. 10 minutes for Concorde is quite a long distance. I mean, they're doing Mach 2, so you know, a 10-minute period. That's probably like sort of about 400 miles then, isn't it? So it'd be quite a large portion of the Atlantic where they're sort of kind of in no man's land. Wasn't it a 2-engine aircraft flying overseas must land within 2 hours in case of an engine failure? Where to continue? Yeah, Peter, that's ETOPS, isn't it? So they brought in ETOPS in the 80s, and that's why the aircraft like the DC-10, the TriStar and stuff, that's why those aircraft were designed, because 4-engine jets, obviously, you know, ETOPS is extended twin engine range operations, extended twin engine operations. So you know, it's specifically 2-engine jets. You know, 747s because they're 4 engines, that didn't apply to them. So that's why companies like McDonnell Douglas and it was a TriStar, Lockheed, was it? That's why they designed aircraft with a 3-engine, because they didn't have to comply to this ETOPS regulation. So, and historically it was, you know, it's got larger and larger and larger. These 2-engine jets had to be within like 90 minutes of an airfield, and then it went to like 120 minutes, and then it went 160 minutes. Or you know, it got progressively larger and larger the range for the ETOPS circles sort of over the sea. And it got larger and larger because, again, statistically speaking, when they collected all the data, just the engines just didn't fail. You know, they just didn't fail in the cruise. They were so reliable that there was such a small chance of these sort of failures happening that the regulators were just like, well, you know, we can just make them go further and further because, you know, what's the chance of something going wrong? ETOPS has certification of 9 hours. Christ. Yeah, I mean, you can almost get down to bloody Australia in that, can't you? Yeah, good thing cruises, oxygen levels are so low, engine yeah. 411 kilometres at Mach 2, is it? Yeah, so what's that, a couple hundred miles, 180 miles. So yeah, the ETOPS all got greater and greater, you know, and most of the times I think it's about 180 minutes now, isn't it? It's like 3 hours. I'm sure some 777s across the Pacific, they go up to something a bit more than that. You know, they might go up to about 3.5, 4 hours. But yeah, just statistically, they're just so safe that, you know, I think from a regulatory point of view, all the authorities are so happy that these aircraft are so reliable that they're quite happy to sign that off for commercial operations. Because they just say, well, what's the chances of going, you know, there's such a little chance of things going wrong. You know, this is very, very safe. It's a very safe operation. You know, airlines and pilots and the operators, they're so well qualified and trained in their contingency procedures that it's, you know, it's a very, very safe sort of procedure. So, you know, which ultimately is what enables you to fly as a passenger. You know, you're on a commercial operation, you know, and your safety is the priority. So it has to be safe, and that's why things are done, you know, and regulated and tested, and you know, etc., etc. So it's in ETOPS. So ETOPS, yeah. So it's extended twin engine operations, Andy. So it's a regulatory thing for twin engine aircraft, so like your 75s, your 76, your 777s, your 78s, your 350s, your 330s. So all these twin engine jets that were going across the Atlantic, or the Pacific, wherever they go, and they had to be within a certain distance of an airfield. Yeah, it might be like they had to be within 2 hours of you know, within an airfield. Now, you know, the Atlantic's not actually that big. It seems big, but it isn't that big. So 2 hours from an airfield, you've got sort of St. John here, Shannon here, and the middle is probably about 2 hours to either one, or within 2 hours. You know, if you imagine sort of draw radius, that's 2 hours from Shannon. It probably sort of comes out here somewhere, and equally from St. John, it probably comes there. So, you know, you're always within 2 hours of a suitable airfield. So as long as you can satisfy that, you know, you can do that particular flight. You know, you could get down here, you know, going in between sort of the Caribbean, or I mean, you've got the Azores. So I suppose Pacific's better, isn't it? There's nothing really. So, you know, 2 hours within an airfield here, you know, you might have a massive bit of airspace or a bit of ocean where you're not within that 2 hour requirement or 3 hour requirement, whatever it is, and because you're not within that requirement, you can't actually legally do that flight. So, you know, you have to be within a certain sort of distance. And again, ETOPS, I'm not really that familiar with it. I'm not ETOPS qualified, and it's all a little bit random. But sorry for my missus. Yeah, this it's all sort of done on still air distance on single engine. I can't remember how it's also worked out. Somewhere. Again, like, don't ask me too much. I don't really know. I'm not that qualified in answering it. But you know, it gets a little bit sort of fluffy, I suppose. But yeah, you know, real world airlines, don't get me wrong, they're probably compliant with it, you know, pretty much all the time, because they've got to be. So it's not it's not a bad thing. Right, what's the arrival? What are we doing? Let's get the charts up. Dawley 1 Bravo, which is, it's not a departure, is it? That makes sense. If I get the arrival. Dawley 1 Bravo, that one. Approach ILS 27, that one. Ground charts, that one. Parking stand, no idea what stand we're going to park. Anywhere, really. Doesn't really matter, does it? Somewhere that we can fit, probably. Virgin last. He went to Virgin, did he? I suppose he would have taken early retirement, wouldn't he, Mark? Probably kicked him out. BA probably would have kicked him out at 55. Then Virgin would have taken him on to his 60, I guess. What kind of add-on is that you're using at the iPad? Is your flight simulator? It's Microsoft Flight Simulator Mateus. It's just Fenix. Recently saw Noel Phillips on the Pacific Clipper with United. Looks great fun. Okay. There you go, Leon, thanks. I knew somebody would give me the correct what is it? Acronym wording. Because I don't do it, I don't know what it is. Well, I don't exactly. I know what it is, but I don't know the acronym. Yeah. So it's getting a bit better now. So there was a little period there where we were sort of a bit far away from an airfield, but we're getting close now. So Brest is off. It's about 120 miles away. So this is pretty reachable now. We've got Lorient, I think, just off the nose. Let's have a quick look, see if we can get the weather. Let's get Brest. Get Brest and Gatwick, because those are probably the two main places we could go to, and Manchester's going to be EFB. What is the time? It's 2 o'clock. Good, it's got loads of time. So Brest is westerly winds, good veers, bit of broken cloud, that's fine. 11 degrees, 1031, so that's okay, it's doable. GKK. Gatwick, again westerly, that's fine, good veers, bit of scatter cloud. So a nice day in Gatwick as well, actually. That's all looking pretty good. See what Manchester's doing on here. Stand 9 for EasyJet, other stands normally 2 Ryanair. Okay, fair enough, Andy. I got no idea what. I mean, Thomas Cook used to be here, I think. I don't know what stands they were. I suppose it's changed since they've been here. So we got Manchester's the other alternate. We got the fuel for Gatwick, so that's good. That's all Cat 1. It's only ATIS. So we've got some ATIS online. Must have some controllers online for Manchester. We've got 23 rights in use. Yeah. Arrival, no ATIS sadly. We've got 250 13, so a bit of broken cloud, 9 degrees still. 1025, so QNH is dropping a little bit, so we're expecting there are sort of stronger winds later on the evening. We should be there well before this, but yeah, that QNH is starting to drop. So obviously an indication that the wind's starting to pick up. So 1025, 9 degrees and 250 at 12. Minimums, that's all the same. Perfect. Seems that under ETOPS rules, as planes make more and more successful flight, these races are being bumped. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. I think they're using all these statistics over the number of years, and it's the reliability of the aircraft are just talking for themselves. And the airlines, it's getting to the point now where actually, if you look at certain ETOPS rules, I think it depends on the airline. So it depends on the airline, the authority a little bit. But I think people like Emirates. Maybe someone like Qantas, maybe some of the Americans. I can't quite remember the exact airlines, but there's some of them which they've got such large ETOPS ranges. There is very, very little parts of the world that they can't operate. They can't do flights from. When you look at there's tiny little sort of sections in the Pacific or the Antarctic. I mean, very rare people really go down there anyway. But the Antarctic, there's a tiny little bit in the Indian Ocean, I think, which that's not quite within range, but. All these sort of routes don't go through those anyway because, they're sort of in parts of the world where the routes don't naturally follow. So when you look at the sort of great circle lines between two city pairs, they don't even intersect through these little areas. So it's got to the point now where twin engine aircraft can just go anywhere. And it's you know, that sort of that approval's just been granted. That's what I was going to look at. Any VATSIM? That's good. Sadly not. So we got Manchester there online, Gatwick's online, but nobody in Bristol. Yeah, my London control might come on. So it doesn't look like we've got any arrivals. Looks like I might be the only arrival, which is actually quite useful for me. So for once, I may not actually be going into an airfield where everybody else is going into, which makes a change. So I usually sort of find my way in the middle of a load of other people. Right, 1025. That's all set. That's done. That's good. I do one little fuel check at a BOMO. And I've got what's time of the landing? About, yeah, so about 2:45. So that's pretty much what I was expecting. So it's about a 3:45 flight time. We took off just after 11. So that's looking pretty good. I didn't actually check the Bristol scenery. I didn't make sure it was all looking good and that the scenery is okay. I'm getting a lot of these sort of pink artifacts, you know, on the sceneries recently. So it may look a bit funny. It may all look a bit pink. The buildings may look pink. I'm not too sure. So I'm hoping it looks okay. I do have I think I got the GSX profile. Did I put the GSX profile in? I'm fairly sure I did. Yeah, I did. So it's the PilotPlus scenery. So I've got the GSX profile for that as well. Not that I need it too much for the arrival. Oh. Right, I've still never really had a failure in this thing. I know Gav's had one, but have I got to put this on anything else? I've just got it on all and realistic and random. I don't have to press that, do I? That's just going to trigger a random failure. Not that I'm intending on doing it, but yeah, I know. I just haven't had a failure on here at all. In real life, is it necessary to enter the ILS course in the random page, or is it automatic? It's automatically done, Ginger. Hello, buddy. You're right. So you can see there, so the India Bravo Tango Sierra is the ILS for us 27. That marries up the plate. 267 is the course, and 3 degrees. So it should automatically populate, and that's completely normal. So yeah, you should never have to, you never really have to change that. There may be a time where you can change it. There may be a NOTAM or something. There might be a bit of magnetic variation or something. You go, oh, you know, front course of it is changed to 266. In which case, you know, you could just change it. It's not really going to make much difference, to be honest, because, you know, it's a radio beacon at the end of the day, so you're just going to track that. But yeah, this should automatically populate, so you shouldn't need to touch it. And then equally, that's the other thing that would come up. So what will populate? So I've got the ILS 27. So you'll get the approach you're planned to do. So if you're ever in doubt, you think, oh, have I got the ILS in or have I got the ILAV? I can't remember what I had put in. So long as you're within 250 miles, the approach you've programmed in the FMGC will appear on the FMGC, on the navigation display. So we'll see that in 22 miles time, this will say ILS runway 27. So yeah, if you're ever in doubt and you're within 250 miles of the airport, just look here and it'll tell you. We're going down. So what do we got? Top of drop is sort of still a bit further away. So it's about just over 30 minutes, is it? Yeah, 10, 20, 30. So about 40 minutes time. So we'll be going down in around 14. That's not right, is it? It can't be right. We're landing in 40 minutes, not going down in 40 minutes. 166, 24. Oh, sorry, 10, yeah. 20 minutes, yeah, that makes sense. About 20 minutes would be starting to descend. Yeah, 10, 20, yeah. So these range rings you can use when you're at the max scale deflection range. This is like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. So you can sort of use these as a time sort of gate. So yeah, that's it, 20 minutes until we start going down. Yeah, let's see arrival, that one. $250 effective airport range or track miles in the map. Track miles, Christian. So yeah, not line of sight. So hopefully we shall see it. You know, hopefully this will work. So this is counting down. So when this says 250, we'll see it appear on here. So you know we might be less than 250 miles from the airport, but it's the track miles in the FMGC, which ironically is going to be straight over a BOMO as well. So there's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So it should see ILS 27 up here. There we go, ILS 27. So yeah, 250 miles, and that's when your approach starts appearing. Let's just leave that. Let's have a quick look at the arrival. In fact, let's do a fuel check. So a BOMO, so 258. So 258, spot on for the time, and should be about 4.1. Well, we're already burning more, so probably about yeah, it's an extra ton up on that. So there's extra fuel down here, loads of it, 1.4. So yeah, we definitely made up a lot of fuel on the way back. So loads of extra fuel to deal with. You're right, buddy. I think my dog wants to play. I think he's getting to that point now. Not long, mate. We'll take you out. Right. So the charts. So starts at Dawley. Yes, I think my dog wants it. Broken banner. Oh, there's a fucking surprise. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. That banner's always fucking bloody broken. Honestly, it's a pile of shite. That's why it is. Distance to go. Yes, just restart it. Yeah, it's because it's fucking useless. That's why it's broken. Jeez. I told you. I think I told you on the last one. It'll work for one stream, and then that'll be it. That's all it works for. Because it's just shite. There you go. There's an opportunity for somebody that's a developer. Develop a banner to go onto streams that actually fucking works. More than one go. Right. Anyway, what we're doing, looking at the charts and the arrivals. So Dawley. then Exmoor, so 250 knots by Exmoor, then it's got to the Bristol NDB and then an approach. So we're probably not going to do that. We're not going to go to the Bristol, we're just going to go vector ourselves off to the south. So I might delete Bristol at some point, then just vector us off to the south. And then I don't know what the real world guys do. I don't know if they come in over the top or the north. I know there's some sort of power station or something you're not supposed to fly to, but I'm not actually that sure what people do. Is there anybody going into Bristol at the minute that's sort of doing something similar that I can see? Yeah, my local knowledge of Bristol is quite vague, unfortunately. Has anybody landed? Is he? Yeah. Don't really know. So I'm probably just going to go off to the south and then back round. I think it's probably most likely what the plan will be, and then just sort of vector ourselves around, which is easy enough. So that's fine, we'll keep it in managed descents. Probably about sort of 6,000, 7,000 feet to the south of the airfield should work pretty well. Hey, it works for now, yeah. What was I saying? Which one else do I need to do? That's done. 7,000, that can go in for the constraint of the descents. Then it's the ILS. ILS is pretty straightforward. It's 2,500 feet of platform. That's only 2,000 feet above the aerodrome, though. So we're trying to make sure we're at least flap 2 when we get down to the platform altitude. 3 degrees. Missed approach, pretty straightforward. Climb straight ahead, 3,000. Nothing wrong with that. Well, there is a procedure. I suppose we could do the procedure. It's just as straightforward. No, I might just stick with the procedure actually. I don't know. No, I won't stick. Just in case somebody's departing, I'll just get in the way. So I'll just vector ourselves around to the south. Minimum is 801 feet, so yeah, that's 200 feet above the ground. But obviously the runways are quite high in terms of the elevation. Config low, auto brake low, idle reverse thrust should be fine. Full flap. The latest weather is fine. It's all Cat 1. There's nothing to worry about that. QNH is good. The weather's not coming just yet. The aircraft's all good, that's not broken. There's no relevant NOTAMs that I can remember after seeing them earlier. There's something somewhere, but there we go, the airport's closed tonight, not going to worry about that. A few birds around, so yeah, plus 2 hours and dusk -3. So yeah, potentially birds around. I don't really want to hit one of those, but that's the only NOTAMs to affect us. No real major threats. MSA, what do we say? Say 4,000 is nice and safe. That's around the Bristol NDB. We can put that as a fix just so we know it. So B, RI. That one I think. 414, yeah. 25 miles. So we've got a range ring there of 4,000 feet, would be nice and safe. Flight plans in, that's done, that's the ILS, we've seen that, that's the runway, GPS primary, good, performance we've all done. Speeds look good, performance is good, go around, leave that as alone. Plenty of extra fuel to give it another go like we planned, secondary is left alone. Well that's that, probably still no ATC, I would imagine. Volanta have one now for streamers, which I believe is free. Could give, yeah. Cheers, Mark. I might have a look at that one day. I might just have a look at that. I thought you went to uni in Bristol, or was that Bristol was in? But nope, it's not me, Andy. Nope. I looked the other day. There are 2 options to choose. Okay. Angry birds, yeah. Just remember, birds are dickheads. Seagulls especially. Seagulls are real dickheads. No ATC on. Now it's time to trigger that. No, there's not enough of me here to deal with that. Right, I'm just going to nip to the loo quickly before we go down and get another drink, and I'll be back in a second. wants to play. Probably neglecting the poor little bugger. Still, we'll be down in, what, about half hour, and then we can go out, so we've got loads of time. So we've got just under 10 minutes, you see, so that's at 80 miles. We can see, what's that, 10 minutes is going to be about 24, 23. So that just sort of confirms 24, that confirms a sort of 80 miles, roughly in 10 minutes, rule of thumb that we do. So I think the weather's so nice, I'll stick the train on as well. As we do our last little bit across the channel. Jersey's just off our right. So I haven't done a flight to Jersey for a while actually, that's always been good fun. Again, got the GSX profile. I amended that ever so slightly, just sort of tweaked it a bit because it's such tight aprons in Jersey. That, you know, the guys that do these GSX profiles are great, but sometimes they just need tweaking just ever so slightly because they put things in sort of random places where you think, well, it shouldn't be there. You know, that's kind of infringing. Give you the SOP to read. What are you saying? Yeah, you say my SOPs are boring. I'm insulted. That's it. You're gonna get a 300-second ban, Chris. There's no time. It's you know, dogs are like, aren't they? I feel bad because, you know, I'm sort of trying to do this. Really, I sort of try and dedicate a little bit of time to sort of do this, and I, you know, play them a little bit at lunchtime and do various things and sort of try and divide my time equally. But you know, at the end of the day, I've got to sort of dedicate my time to one or the other at some point. I can't do both. As much as I'd like to do both, I can't. So it's like kids, isn't it? Sometimes they've just got to settle down. Screen needs a bit of a cleaning, it's a bit disgusting. Is there an SOP that isn't boring? No, probably not, Christian. I don't know. Depends who you are. Some people love it. Some people love the SOPs. It's a very, very clear day, which I suppose looking out the window, I mean, everyone was saying it was quite windy up north, weren't they? It's not too bad where I am. I'd say it's particularly windy. I wouldn't say it's particularly warm, but it's not a bad day. A few clouds around. What's the dog's breed? Again, I'm not going to go into personal stuff. Ginger, no, nothing. Sorry to, don't mean any offence, but yeah, anything personal is kept strictly private, I'm afraid. But he's a very good boy. I'll say that. He's a very, very good boy. He's generally very relaxed. Right, a few more minutes. Clear but windy in Bristol, is it? Okay. I mean, the METAR's not so bad. I suppose there's a little bit of a breeze in places. You know, you get the odd little sort of Venturi, don't you, coming through? But what was that? 1350. So there'll be another weather coming out any second now, actually. So yeah, give it a couple of minutes. This updates. It takes a while to update the real world weathers. They update a bit quicker, but yeah, there will be a 1320 weather coming out, so it'll be interesting to see what that's done, see if the wind's started to pick up. So south coast of the UK, so obviously you've got Exeter, Torquay, we've got Plymouth down here, so Royal Navy base down here, Marines train down here. It's down here, no, it's up here, isn't it? Exeter. Marines are Commandos. Is it Commandos, Marines? I can't remember what it is. Commandos, I think. They train up near Exeter. All the way down to Cornwall. Down to sort of Penzance. I have seen it. It's not a day that I've seen it. Well, day's not the day, but I have come back across the channel a bit further east, somewhere near the Isle of Wight. I was going back to Manchester or so. I can't remember what I was doing. But I could literally see all the way down to about sort of here, Cornwall, so all the way up the coast. This part of sort of Devon, all the way down Weymouth. I could see all the south coast this way and all the way down that way, down to about sort of Dover. It was such a clear day. Pretty much saw an entire sort of length of the south coast of the UK. It's very, very good. Try to get it on camera, but it just never really comes out very well, does it? Is it Dartmoor for the Commandos? Yeah, I get confused, Andy. Is it the Marines? Is it the Marines that's in Exeter in Lymphmore? I can't remember. Something Lymph, isn't it? I only know that because there was a watch that was designed. Well, say designed, it probably wasn't designed for them. There was a watch that was for Commandos or something. Lymph something. Hardy bastards. Oh, we've got London South on now. Oh, that's great, but you're not doing Bristol, are you? You bastard. Yeah, I need somebody else to come on to do Bristol. Yeah, so we had another departure by the looks of it. Yeah, so somebody's departed. And it's just me arriving and somebody else has disappeared as well. They've gone the other side. So yeah, Scottish is online. Scottish, London South, but nobody for Bristol itself by the looks of it. My son doing the 10 Tours Challenge. Ooh. I've heard of that. You'd have to remind me what it is, but I have heard of it. It's yeah, proper hardcore. Yeah, isn't it like sort of 10 mountains or whatever it is in the UK or something along those lines? 10 hills in Devon. I can't remember. Yeah. I have heard of it. It rings a bell, Andy, but I couldn't tell you what it is specifically. You obviously will know it a lot better than I do. Right, so nearly there, folks. Not far to go. So I'll probably get a descent when ready, 7,000. Oh, now what? It's a 35-mile self-supported 2-day walk across the Tours of and run. It's run by the Army. I mean, that sounds great, Andy. Really, if you're into that sort of stuff, I'm not too. I don't know. Well, I don't know if I could do that. I probably couldn't do 35 miles. I could probably do about 3.5 miles, but not sure I could do 35 miles. It sounds like you've probably got to be pretty fit, and you're gonna have to train for that sort of thing. But yeah, it sounds good fun, I suppose. Like you get a bit of camping as well. But maybe you want to do it in the summer weather. Maybe not this sort of weather. It's probably a bit cold. But a peak in the peak dress, we call it soar. Yeah, I don't know. There's a team of 6 self-navigating all the way with time checks. I mean, that sounds like good fun. I mean, that sounds like a proper sort of special forces SAS type challenge, doesn't it? Really, which I suppose for kids, teenagers, brilliant fun. Getting out in the countryside and doing that sort of stuff, better than sitting at home playing a bloody flight simulator for 5 hours. Go out and socialise, for God's sake. Sitting indoors on a nice day. Now, give me a Land Rover, I could do the 35 miles in 2 days. Not too sure I could do the walk in 35 miles in 2 days. So there's Weymouth down there, and then that comes round. Then we've got Swanage, Poole, Bournemouth, Isle of Wight's just off the distance. Don't know why you can see that on the stream, but yeah, just about to see the south coast, all the way along, sort of Dartmoor. Oh, there's another aircraft. Hello. Who are you? Don't know. Probably a good job I didn't start descending, really, wasn't it? Let him go. It was well timed. I suppose he's on TCAS, to be fair. Would have been my fault. Wild cap along the way last year during the training there to Cap where it went up -5. Oof. Did about 40. I mean, to be honest, 40 miles one day, that's not too bad. That's not... Well, 40 miles on a flat is fine, but 40 miles on hills. Right, let's start going down for anybody else who gets in the way. So we've got descent, some zero blue. You know, I mean, I walk the dog 3 to 4 miles every day, at least. You know, so that's not so bad, but I mean, that's just a relatively gentle walk with the dog throwing a bloody ball around. You know, and I suppose with time checks as well, it's not 40 miles over like 24 hours, is it? It's probably 40 miles over 6 hours or something with time checks. You know, if it's that sort of run thing, it's probably similar to what the army are doing. You know, checkpoints, you gotta hit those sort of waypoints and everything, which adds to the challenge, I guess, which is all part of the fun. So you probably got to keep the pace up, I'd imagine. But no, it sounds good. Get some MREs. I wonder if do they get MREs, Andy? Or they got to go out and buy their own? I don't know. Get the little campfire going. It does sound like good fun. Not too sure the missus would do it. She doesn't mind camping as long as it's glamping. As long as she's got a warm bed with, you know, that's not in a tent. With probably a warm shower, she's happy, but she's not quite as hardcore as what I'd probably consider myself to be. Right, so has that new weather come through yet? Probably not yet, because it seems a bit slow. No, it's still the 1350. Let's get it on the weather app then, because that would probably be better. I'm not in Fuerteventura anymore. So, latest weather, which was 9 minutes ago. So, connection still 1025, that's good. Wind is 260 at 12. So it's not too bad. It seems pretty static on the hill. 9 degrees still, so that's fine. So yeah, I know you said it's a little bit windy in Bristol, Andy, but yeah, it seems okay. It seems pretty consistent and steady. 40 miles, a lot of walking. It's pretty warm. Yeah. MREs are military rations, something. Yeah, meal ready to eat. That's it. I know it's something like that. But it's basically what the military gets. So they get given MREs, which are dehydrated beef stew type things, which all you got to do is just add hot water to. And they're usually very high in protein, very high in calories, fats, and this, that, and the other. Because obviously the military are working very hard, especially the squaddies. So they're burning a lot of calories, especially on deployments, operations, you know, even training and stuff. So they get given these sort of meal packs to keep them sufficiently supplied of energy, I suppose is the best thing to say. And talking about like the commandos, it's down here somewhere. There's a line, isn't there? There's a train line with a station that stops outside the training camp for the Marines. It's the Marines, isn't it? Not commandos, but the Marines. So yeah, there's a train line that stops outside the Marine training camp somewhere down here. Is it that one? Which one's Exeter? Where's the airport? It's here somewhere, I think. So yeah, having like MREs and things like that, you get. Yeah, it'd be good to keep your son suitably packed full of energy. Walking with it quite a bit over the Mendips. His machine barely keep up. Well, there he sounds a lot fitter than I am. Yeah, there's Exeter. So Limpmouth or something. I just don't know. One's down here somewhere. Suppose I should do a Unicom call, really, shouldn't I? Bristol traffic, Thomas Cook's 90320, descending flight level 70. We're on the Dawley 1 Bravo arrival for Bristol, expecting the ILS from runway 27. Alright, that's set. Finally we get to a local knowledge area, yeah. MREs often have some kind of way of heating them as well. Oh, do they? Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, I suppose they do, don't they? been a long time since I've seen any of those. There you go. Specifically for you, Andy, have a look at. Don't know how much you can see, but obviously Devon, Cornwall, all off the left. So it's Dartmouth. That's down here, isn't it? Somewhere, I think. Not so much on the right hand side, I don't think. Are you using the export? No, it's the Dawley arrival, excuse me. So yeah, there is an Exmoor, isn't it? But it's not that one, it's the Dawley arrival. Oh, it goes via Exmoor, so there's a waypoint called Exmoor up here, yeah. So yeah, there's a waypoint just ahead of us called Exmoor, then we turn right up towards Bristol, which is up here. I thought there was an Exmoor arrival as well. No, this is basically it, isn't it? This is the Exmoor arrival. So yeah, it is. It is, sorry Andy, that is the Exmoor arrival. According to Dr. Goodall, the marine base is placed called Hemworthy, possibly. Yeah. I don't know. Again, my knowledge on these things is, rusty and scattered at best. Pretty nice place to live down here if you don't want to be near anybody. There's plenty of space in most places. So, right, where is... So we're looking over here, Bristol Airport, somewhere up here, somewhere. And the River Severn, Severn Street. Cardiff's not too far, actually, that's straight on the nose, so Cardiff is just up here as well, so that's not too far away. Who's that? Somebody's V-pilot's getting upset, okay. Oh, mine's alright. Somebody's having problems with V-pilot. It seems mine is okay. Never charged my iPad. Hang on a minute, I'm just going to get me checklist from the other iPad. 1 second. Since my work iPad is about to die, because it's got about 2% battery on. Everything I can do, I can try and do the replay, because I've got time to do this today. So, as long as it doesn't, please don't crash. I might actually be able to get the replay out. If I can work out how to use the replay, that's the other thing. So, get you on. So, 2 things I need to remember. Start the replay, and once I've started the replay, when I've parked and stand, don't shut the engines down. That's the other thing. That's what I need to try. Oh, excuse me, try and remember. North coast of France. No, we're well past that. Willie, quite a few diverts earlier this week. It's kind of due to... Yes, there was, Andy. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, that's obviously, and of course it's foggy as well, isn't it? In places like Bristol. So. You need your lights. You need to see some lights, guys. If you're on, even on Cat 1, really, if it's foggy, well, it won't be Cat 1 if it's foggy, but you need to see these things. Seeing with LVPs as well, you've got to start seeing some lights if you're using a decision height. Interestingly enough, you don't need to see anything on a Cat 3B with no decision height, but I'm sure if there are no lights on, they probably wouldn't allow it in the first place. Bristol traffic, Thomas Cook's 90320 is overhead Exmoor, descending flight level 70, direct to the Bristol airport. We're going to make radar vectors approach to the south for the ILS of 27. Foggy earlier this week, yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, Bristol's very common to be foggy. Right, thrust idle. Right, I think what we should do is let's go down to 6. Set the QNH. Oh, no. Wrong knob. Get you on. Let's do the approach checks. I've got to get my other iPad up and running now. It's got a heading. 6.5. Is there a rule on how much you need to see or anything? No, there is a rule, Diana. Yeah, there's very strict rules on that. It's in the SOP document actually. I think certainly I think it is, or the operations manual, which again it's all on the Discord server. So it's all there, buddy. If you can find it, it is in there. There's also a low visibility procedures manual there as well. So yeah, it's quite a strict thing actually. Come on, checklist. Right, approach checks. Barrow FQNH 1025 is set. The seatbelts are on minimums. We've got a Barrow of 801 feet set. All the brake is low and EFBs are stowed. And let's disconnect you. I'm sure that weather's probably updated by now. There's the 20, yeah, which is what we said earlier. Approach checks. Sounds like you bring up names. Stop doing this. Right, so we're just going to vector ourselves to the south. Give ourselves a little bit of space. So where's the airport? Just off the left-hand nose. It is there. I think there's the airport. Let's see if we can extend that centre line. So 078 inbound is, so reciprocal of that is, so that's 26087. So that's extended the centre line now, so tidied up the flight plan, everything else. Let's go 250. Just manage the descent. Lights can go on for what they're worth. Not that I can get the lights on because the click spots are fucking useless, as always. Fuck's sake. Approach phase is activated. So yeah, we want to be about sort of 6,000 to 7,000 feet just to beam the runway, which is what we're sort of working out to be done. And that looks a bit of a harsh line in the scenery, doesn't it? Sort of just a massive cliff. Not too sure if that would sort itself out if you got a bit closer, but it doesn't look particularly good. Hey Doctor, how you doing? Could David Dennett fly an A320 or something? Quite possibly, yeah. Zero, what's the wind doing? Good. So 080 is about the same sort of track we need. That doesn't seem right actually. It's at 27, isn't it? No, that is right. Yeah, that's fine. Definitely a little bit wind up here. 085. Bristol traffic, Thomas Cook 90230 is on the left-hand downwind for the ILS approach runway 27. Right, apologies if I don't really see the chat much now, guys. I'm just sort of concentrating on this. So 6,000 down to 2,500 feet. We know that's safe. Let's just go down to 3 actually. 3,000. So 3,000 is blue. Last minute check on VATSIM. Somebody's calling me, but I can call them back later. Now is not the time. I'm in the middle of a landing. LM8, yeah, 2 minutes. We'll be down in 2 minutes, buddy. Don't worry, I'll take you out in a second. Alright, manage the speeds. Bless his cons. So yeah, I think there's a power station or something off the nose somewhere around here, which you're not really supposed to fly over. Again, like my local knowledge of Bristol is pretty crap. So yeah, so I'm probably not doing it exactly like they would do, but it's fine. ILS, that could be good idea. India Bravo Tango Sierra, that's identified. Or is that it? That was, I don't know. No idea. No idea where this thing is. We're not supposed to fly. We're probably over the top of it, aren't we? Oh well. Never mind. Alright, let's go north. Flying over your house, are you? Where is it? Where is it, Annie? Can you spot it? It's somewhere down. It's a very nice part of the world to live in. Right, let's go flat 1, speed check flat 1. Speed VS. Alright, flap 2, speed check flap 2. So, glide select lock blue, count 3 dual AP 1 and 2, lock star. Yeah, a little bit windy, a little bit gusty up here, you can sort of kind of feel it. I wonder if that was it, oh, I don't know. So, wait for the, where's the airport? There it is, there's the airport over there. Straight altitude is 3000. Bristol traffic, Thomas Cook 90320 is established on the ILS runway 27 at 9 miles. Lock. Glide slope star 3000 is set for the missed approach. 160.
Bristol traffic, Accu Juliet,
unreadable. Didn't hear you at all.
Bristol traffic, EV 58 Juliet, taking runway 27.
Thank you.
I'll let you know when I'm...
Yeah, we're about 7 miles, so you might have a bit of time. Radar Thomas is alive. Right, there's always potential to go around. There's somebody on the ground, so you may want to take off. I'm at 7 miles, so you may get ahead in front of us if he's quick. If not, he's going to have to wait. So a nice little wind coming from the right. That's going to come around 250 at about 12 knots, I think it said. Or 260. So yeah, it's going to back and slack a little bit as per the winds usually do for sort of northerly, northern hemisphere. So it backs and slacks, it comes round and it reduces. So yeah, that's looking like 260 at 12 should be pretty accurate. Right, anyway, there's about 5 miles. Let's get the gear down. Gear's coming down. Manage the speed. Arm them. Lights are on. Flat 3 speeds check.
Bristol traffic, easy car today, Juliet clear right.
Still can't bloody hear him. Alright, flat 4 speeds check, flat 4. Landing checklists. Gavin is skiff landing, go on altitude of 3,000 feet set. Andy Como is landing, no blues. Did Christian, yeah. Oh, I've got really itchy head. I don't know if you can hear that. I'm scratching my headband, which is absolutely doing bugger all because my head itches. So someone's just departed. 1,000 checks. Bristol traffic, Thomas Cook 9 at 320 is 3 miles for 27. Right, so I can't actually see. I think he's departed. Actually, I think he's fine. I think he's gone. Right, a little bit gusty, a little bit windy. 1,000 again. I know. I've already said that. There's the hill. So I suppose, yeah, late run out call for 500, so what is it, 800, 600 feet, so 1,100 feet is 500 stability. Let's disconnect that. So wind's going to come around a little bit. So 500 stable.
500. 100 above. Minimum. $100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
Oh, flare would have been nice. Alright, spoilers reverse green. Decel. Don't think this Phoenix flares as well as it should do. Manual brakes. $70 knots. Another shite landing. Nine out of 10, yeah. It's an upslope. Yeah, it just doesn't flare. It doesn't respond. Bristol traffic, Thomas Cook 9320 is front of located. Just doesn't respond as well as it should do. I don't know why. It's just, I don't know if it's my sensitivities or what it is, but it's just just getting that flare and it just doesn't. It's almost as if like the pitch just stops. I know that's a bit of a cop-out, but even when I've been trying, it's... Don't know. get you on. Right, let's pick a stand. First time I've seen us it's almost every bloody day, Peter. I'd land like that. It's the sad thing is that wasn't unusual. That was actually quite normal for me. Just yeah, I don't know what it is. Just I can't flare the bloody Fenix aircrafts. As I say, I can't. I said it doesn't flare. That's the problem. Right, go on, pick a stand. Let's have a stand. Somebody. You stand one, something like that. Have you changed? No, I haven't, Will. No, I know there's like there's a different setting you can do, but that's for slightly different joysticks, isn't it? I think. Oh, I didn't start the recording either. It's just as well. It was a shit landing. It's just bugger off. Not sure what stand this Thomas Cook is on. Is that another Thomas Cook over there? That's Ryanair, isn't it? It's funny, the fly-by-wire was too sensitive in pitch, and the Fenix is almost not responsive enough. It's a weird, a weird sort of relationship. You know, they're both exactly the same aircraft in principle, but they both behave very, very differently, which does make it quite hard work. Just go park next to a Ryanair. Yeah, probably nowhere. Yeah, it's a good point, Mike. I will be. Yeah, might as well park in the grass. Christ, it's uphill, isn't it? Stand 3, let's give that a go. Right, APU is there. We've had the 3 minutes. Taxi light can go. One day I'll do a decent landing. Right, it's all clear on the left. It's got a marshal by the looks of it. Oh, you fussy bastard. I'm on the line. Thank you. Parking brakes done. That's on. Brakes are fine. That's off. Oh, and done that way. Oops. Oops. Belch there, yeah. Engines then the belts. Whoops. Slightly out of order. Beacon, you can go on. Yeah. Oh. It's done. Perfect. D-board.
Deboarding requested.
Done. Done. That's done. Yeah, it's a bit drifty, yeah, usual sort of thing. 4 hours, that's not too bad. That's all done. Good. Perfect. In the middle of winter. Yeah. So apparently I'm a bit askew. Am I? I suppose, yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah, maybe a tiny bit. That's close enough. It's good enough. Good enough for government work. Wonderful. Well, there you go. Everyone, there's Bristol. Ah, not in Bristol. Yeah, they are. So, not the best landing again, but...
Passengers bus is coming.
But bus? What do you need a bus for? They just walk there. You've got to walk to that bit. What do you need a bus for? Should you just walk across the road and over there? Is that the way? Whatever, I don't care. Doesn't matter. There we go. Anyway, guys, so yeah, I hope that was relatively interesting. Relatively interesting. It's pretty relatively boring, I suppose, today, but pretty straightforward. Not the greatest landing, but who cares? Right, I'm going to go now. I've got maybe a couple of more phone calls to make in the next half an hour. Sort of a few things out. Take the dog out for a walk. About to walk for the next few days as well, so won't be streaming too much. I might back off. I might be off next week actually. When am I off? I've got a couple of days. Yeah, I might get one streaming again next week. So I might be on in the next couple of weeks. Might get one or two in, but not too much after that, sadly. So yeah, enjoy.
The Echo Tango Gate 14. We're going to push back in the next minute and be facing south.
Thank you. Don't care anymore. Just coming from you. So, have I not done that?
Passengers deboarding started.
So it's opened. Yeah, so have a good, give the dog a good pat, will do, Christian. Have a good, better than my landing recently. Was it Gav? I don't think it's that bad. It wasn't that good, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, have a good week, guys, have a good weekend for the next week, and yeah, try and get back on next week if I can. At least the weather's drying up, isn't it? And yeah, have a very good day, so thanks very much for joining. Usual stuff, any questions, leave a comment in the comments section below. And that's about it. That's about it for me for a few more days. So enjoy the rest of the evening, and have a very good day wherever you are. See you later.